is we're going to do introductions. First, the members in the House to my left. Then, if there are any members online, then we will hand over to the Minister of the Department to do their introductions. These meetings are screened live on YouTube, so there are people watching this. And then we will proceed with the meeting thereafter. So firstly, I'm Benedicta van Minnen. I am the chair of this committee. To my left is Mr. Matthews, the procedural officer. And if I can hand over to the members to please introduce themselves.
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning to our colleagues and to our, my apologies, and to our officials and our distinguished guests. I'm Member Boyson, and I'm a member of this committee. Thank you, Chair.
Vincent.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, Minister, HOD and all officials, honourable members. My name is Wendy Kaiser-Philander and I'm a member of this committee.
Good morning, Chair, MEC, the HOD and the collective executive members, the public and special guests, Paramount Chief Morris and his collective. My name is Benson Lenso, the member of this committee.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Peter Johnson, permanent member of this committee.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Donita Stevens, and I'm a member of this committee. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, MEC officials. I'm the new member of the ENTC, John Michaels. Thank you.
Hand over to the MEC and congratulations on your first marathon.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning. My name is Ricardo Mackenzie, Provincial Minister of Cultural Affairs and Sport. Thank you.
Morning, Chairperson and members of the public. My name is Guy Redman. I'm the Head of Department for Cultural Affairs and Sport.
Good morning, Chairperson, members and members of the public. My name is Brenda Ratchkes. I'm the Chief Financial Officer.
Good morning, Chairperson, members. I'm Carol van Wyk. Good morning, members of the public. I'm the Chief Director for Cultural Affairs. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and members. My name is Themba Mkhunu. I'm the Director for Arts, Culture and Language Services. Thank you. Good
morning, Chair, morning, members and members of the public. My name is Lyndon Bauer, and I'm the Chief Director for Sport and Recreation.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. Good morning, members of the public. My name is Thabo Tutu, Director Sport Promotion.
Morning, Chair. Morning, members and members of the public. My name is Penelope Mayer, and I'm the Deputy Director for Legal Support at Heritage Western Cape.
Good morning, Chair and members. My name is Luando Ndamo, Deputy Director, Management Accounting.
Good morning, Chair, members and members of the public. My name is Robert Davids. I'm a Deputy Director with the Youth and After School Program at DCAS. Thank you.
Good morning, all. My name is Danielle Manuel, and I'm the Director responsible for Sport Development.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Helene Voorgraaf, Deputy Director, Museum Services.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members, and good morning, members of the public. My name is Cecilia Sani, and I'm the Director for Library Service.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. Good morning, members of the public. My name is Nomaza Tingayo. I'm the Director for Provincial Archives and Record Service.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members of the public. My name is Michael Parenwachter, and I'm the Head of Ministry.
Morning, Chair. Morning, members and public. My name is Sean Julie, and I'm the Director for Strategic and Operational Management Support.
Good morning, all. My name is Dion Burger. I'm Deputy Director in the Office of the Head of Department.
Thank you very much. I see online we have a member. If you'd please like to introduce yourself.
Good morning.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning.
Member Kasim.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning to all. I'm Aisha Kasim. I'm a member of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Also, Minister, have you got people online who want to introduce themselves?
Yes, we do, Chairperson.
Please go ahead.
Good
Hello? Can you hear us?
morning. My name is Rihanna Ghani, a chairperson of Heritage Western Cape. Good morning, Honorable Committee. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members and members of the public. I am Genevieve Lentz, and I am the chairperson of the Western Cape Language Committee.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members and colleagues. Michael Janse van Rensburg. I'm the Director for Museums, Heritage and Geographical Names, and also the CEO for Heritage Western Cape.
Okay, I think that is everyone. Just to run through the meeting procedure before we commence, I will hand over to the Minister and then to the HOD for opening remarks, following which we have got the three entities which we want to get done first. We will start with language, then the Western Cape Cultural Commission, and then Heritage Western Cape. When we have finished with those, we will then get onto the annual report of cultural affairs and sport. I am taking it that everybody has, all the members have read the documentation. We'll be going through it section by section to ask questions. Because we have quite a lot to get through, I am going to limit questions to 3 minutes at a time so that we can't have long statements. Get to your question. We'll come round and do more rounds, but nobody can go over 3 minutes in that respect. And I am going to be quite strict in enforcing that. I also please want to remind you that this is annual report season. So the questions are, what is contained in the annual report? It is for the department to be able to answer the question on what has happened and what they have done. So if we can please stick to that as well, we'll then be able to move through the material. In terms of the members of the public who have joined us this morning, and thank you very much for joining us. It's always good to have people here. At the end, when all the members have finished, we will then have an opportunity for input from yourselves. So please make use of that opportunity. Have you all got access to the various documentation at the back? You do. Thanks very much. Okay, right. So at this point, as we kick off, can I please hand over to the Honourable Minister and then to his HOD for the opening remarks?
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I would like to submit that my comments are as reflected in page 11 of the annual report. And then we would like to give over to the HOD, and then we'll give over to the Language Committee to start, so I don't keep the Standing Committee further up. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning again to the Chairperson and the members of the Standing Committee, as well as the public. Thank you for the opportunity to present the 2024-2025 annual report of the Western Cape Department of Cultural Affairs. The report reflects our sustained efforts to foster social inclusion and promote cultural heritage, and also encourage healthy lifestyles through our programs. I'm proud to share that this year we achieved 65 of our 67 performance indicators, representing 97% success rate, up from 93% last year. The targets that were not achieved were as a result of a change in a service delivery model. Programs 1, 2, and 4 registered 100% achievement of all their performance indicators. Also notably, the department has achieved a clean audit for the 13th consecutive year. Likewise, the public entities have all achieved clean audits. Despite these challenges that we've experienced in the year, and I'm sure all the other departments experience challenges in the delivery of their services, what we've been able to do successfully is to integrate the managed network model within our operations, which enabled us to navigate resource limitations while maintaining our objectives. And we want to register our gratitude to our ecosystem of partners, which includes NGOs, federations, and sports structures, arts organizations, as well as the private sector for their services and their support in the year under review. We also express our appreciation to the oversight bodies whose efforts have contributed to DCAS improving its performance year on year. And Chairperson, I present you the annual report for DCAS, and we're looking forward to answering any questions of clarity that you might have, including of the entities as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Before we move over to the Language Commission, I just want to find out, are there any questions from the members on the opening remarks? Can we move on to the entities then? Is it Ms. Lentz? I believe is online. Do you have any opening remarks that you would like to make at this point on the Language Commission?
Good morning again, Chair. My comments are reflected on page 5. In addition, I am happy to be part of a committee and a department that has a clean audit and compliance, and so that is basically my opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I must say, I was glad to hear from the members that I wasn't the only one who first went through the Afrikaans before I managed to rather happily find the English halfway through the booklet. They are in all 3 languages. I think that a couple of us did initially think it was only in the one language. Okay, right. So we have the Language Commission before us, the Western Cape Language Committee. Part A is the general information that runs from page 3 to page 13. I'm opening that section for questions. Please quote the page number when you ask your question. Members, do we have any questions on Part A, general information? Okay, I have 2 at this point, Member Kwensu, and then we are going on to Member Boyson. Member, 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Let me also officially confirm that I'm one of those, not necessarily ignored, but I could not understand the pack, the document. It was written Tal. I said, what's that? You know, and till this morning. But yeah, it was a good problem for me to be able to deepen my understanding of all languages, in particular the 3 languages, Afrikaans, Xhosa, and English, and also other historical disadvantaged languages. No, on page 5, the forward by the chairperson, an important statement is made that Western Cape also promotes multilingualism and contributes to the creation of favorable conditions for the development and use of historical marginalized languages such as Khoi, Nama, and San, as well as South African Sign languages. Now, we must commend the statement, must commend this commitment the entity is making, you know. Whilst commending it, we are deeply interested to understanding the roadmap towards promoting the Khoi, Nama, and the San language in this instance, you know. And so if we're to be helped about that, because it's not enough just to make a claim, but what we'd like to see, what is the roadmap towards the promotion of these historical marginalized languages, you know, which largely are important for the context of the Western Cape, Northern Cape, and some parts of the Eastern Cape. And I think in this province, we need to make a lead. That's the one question I would like to pose, Chair, in my first 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Member Boyson?
Chairperson, Member Ngensu have covered me, but I must say, Chairperson, I was tempted to greet in Nama when I came in here, but when I saw the traditional leaders, I thought, oh, I might butcher it, so I didn't want to be accused of that. But through you, Chairperson, Minister, to you and the department, this is a brilliant idea. And I do think that it is definitely something, Minister, between yourself and your counterpart of education. It is also something for future engagements, probably to have a discussion, because I belong to a, what do they call it? A reunion group, and they are all Khoisan, they from the Tsitsikamma, whatever. And I've already tried, to prick their brains, by copying this on the WhatsApp and whatever. And it is very interesting, and there's definitely appetite for this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think these are two very important points. Minister, if I can hand over to you and the officials.
Thank you. I certainly take up what my colleagues are saying. Thank you very much, honourable members, including honourable member opposite me. We'll certainly speak with education about that. I love that idea. And I'll hand over to the chairperson just to share the roadmap with the honourable member Benson. Thanks.
Chair, think you're online.
Yes, Chair, I will respond. With regards to the roadmap, if the member has gone further in the booklet, the member can see all our engagements in terms of marginalized languages. For instance, we were part of the Heritage Day. Of course, with our minimum budget, we can only reach so far, and so we do depend on the managed network model where we collaborate with organizations. And so when they reach out to us, we try and get involved. So with Heritage Day, we were part of the Khoisan celebrations where they had a conference. And there we were able to hand out some Nama booklets, which is on a USB drive. And it's also in a booklet form, which we were also happy to issue out at this conference. We've been involved in South African Sign Language, promoting it on the African Day. We've gone to the taxi ranks and tried to take it down to our people at the taxi rank and tried to teach them some South African Sign Language, the alphabet mainly. And so we've been involved in many initiatives like that. And of course, like I said, it's part of our priorities to also not only see to the three main languages, which is English, Afrikaans, and isiXhosa, but also to see to the marginalized languages within the Western Cape government. So, yeah, I think we've done quite a bit. We can do more, but we also depend on institutions to reach out to us to collaborate because of our small budget that unfortunately. I don't know if that answers the member, but if the member does go further in the booklet, it does indicate all the initiatives that we are part of. We're part of the Spelling Bee for isiXhosa with the Western Cape Education Department. We've partnered with the Department of Correctional Services with the Funza Mzansi Day, where they have a competition with the inmates and literacy within 5 languages. So we've tried our bit with the little that we have, and I think we've done more than what we actually set out to do for the term. And then, of course, the second question or the second comment, I'm happy to hear that the Khoisan wants to reach out and wants to get involved. We always hear this when we get to events, but nobody really makes contact with us. So if they can do that, then we'll be more involved with such initiatives within our budget, of course.
Okay. Minister?
Can perhaps Mr. Guy Redman also wants to add a bit more to that? Thanks.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson. What we're also wanting to do going forward, we've started a new relationship with Namibia. So a few years ago, we had a partnership with the UCT as well as the government of Namibia, in fact, via a university there, who made a lecturer available for Khoisan. We want to now have a government-to-government relationship, and we've started preliminary conversations to see how we can get a more direct relationship in support of learning Khoisan as well as Nama, because language only lives if it is spoken. So we can teach it however many times, but we need as much as possible opportunities to have people speak it more frequently. And that's what has been the advice from the Namibians, and we want to take that relationship forward. It's still early days now, but it's part of how we want to take it forward. But the NAMA booklet has been very successful. It has an Afrikaans version, an English version, and a Xhosa version as well, where you can teach yourself how to speak NAMA, start with the greetings, etc. And it has a huge impact. But the key is members of the public speaking it on a daily basis. Thank you.
I think that's a very important point, that the languages need to be spoken. So thank you very much for all those comments. I just now want to move on to questions. I have I'm first actually going to give over to Member Stevens and then to, okay, but I'm first going to give over to Member Stevens and then I will come to you, Member. Member Stevens?
Thank you very much, Chair. I will do this in my home language. Op bladsy 13. Hoe meet die taalkomitee die impak van hul projekte op jong mense se gebruik van Afrikaans buite skole? En op bladsy 17, hoe monitor die taalkomitee tendense in jong mense se taalgebruik oor tyd en watter nuwe produkte word oorweeg om jong mense meer betrokke te kry? Dankie.
Thank you very much, Member Rensu. I will get it right.
Yeah, in fact, I forgot to, when I was introducing myself HOD, I normally introduce myself into forms 1. I'm Rensu for Xhosa speaking. For non-Xhosa speaking, I'm Kensu. I'm Kensu. Now, look, thank you very much, Chairperson, for the response. Yes, as I indicated, I noticed some of the work done, you know. But when I look at the work done, it's not moving with times. How we communicate is now evolving. It appears that USB, promoting has been, in a way, not confined, with the lack of a better word, confined to distribution of this booklet, of pamphlets, in the USB and so on. Communication has evolved. Why the modern form of communication is not used? It is a social media and so forth. Because after every language tells a particular story. And for it to be accessible, not to the Khoi, the Se, and the Nama and the Sen community, but also to the broader society, to have an appreciation of the existence of this community. It's not for that community, it's for the broader society, particularly in the Western Cape. So why these new platforms are not explored to promoting this historically marginalized language of the First Nations? And the final question, on page 6, why, on the question of proposed activities, right? What are the reasons perhaps not to consider major activities for the period under review, as a basis for us at least to have a sense of what your plans are? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you very much. Can I just quickly, before the chairperson respond, I think, Honourable Member, one of the answers to your question is an example of what Honourable Member Boyson did, who is not from the community particularly, but he shared some of the information from the booklet in WhatsApp groups with the community. It shows that we don't always have to. In that case, it was from the hard copy that we've handed over a few weeks ago in Parliament, and we'll continue to need to do that. And of course, we'll continue to explore and look for other innovative ways to share the language with other people as well. And I agree with you wholeheartedly on that sentiment. But I really like the way Honourable Boyson did it, and I'll certainly would encourage, including myself as well, to start sharing it that way, so that people outside of the written owners and spokers of the language, so we all can own the language. It's a very important part of our history, and it should not be restricted to a particular community. Thank you. But I'll hand over to the chairperson for the rest of the questions.
Thank you. Madam Chair?
Thank you for the questions. With regards to youth programs, annually we are involved with programs on specifically Youth Day, where we collaborate with the Western Cape Education Department. Like I've mentioned previously, we host a spelling bee with several schools in the Western Cape. And of course, our collaborations with the University of the Western Cape, as well as our collaborations with UCT, these all involve the youth. So that's my response to the member. And yes, of course, the comment about social media, we can definitely do more in terms of reaching the community. If we do a little bit more, we try to post on social media, but we can definitely do more.
If I may, Chair, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chairperson of the WCLC. In responding to also Member Benson's question is, yes, communication modes have moved on. We're also building on previous projects in terms of how we've procured also the USBs. So we can definitely look at, looking at social media and other platforms to promote the language of the Khoi and the Khoi Hubab. In regard to the questions from Member Stevens in regard to youth, the youth are important to us, especially in youth in language as well. So the spelling bee competitions that we have in language, so we attract youth there. My colleague Themba will talk more about the spelling bees. Also, when we look at but it's in the Cultural Commission in terms of initiation, where the Khoi community have now come on board. So as far as possible, we encourage them to speak their language. And I think as the chairperson has said, we can do more looking forward in terms of this. In terms of the budget as well, we will also look at maybe how do we, because the budget is very, very small and we can only do so much with the budget. But in all that we do in terms of language, language becomes the basis of everything that the department do in terms of its projects, hence why we started with Afrikaans as the as the cover for this, but the 3 languages is important for the department, including the sign language. If you have not been at the Cultural Affairs Awards, you would have seen that greetings were also trying to be in Khoi, nicest, my leaders. And as far as possible as well, how do we promote it? And it's about speaking the language. Yes, we could definitely do more, but language becomes the basis for all the programs that we are implementing. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member.
Thank you very much. I think I have a final question from Member Boyson.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, mine is a humorous one. I believe, and I heard what everybody said, that we have to do this in schools, we have to do this at festivals. And on a humorous note for the adults, one of the best ways to learn is pillow talk. Thank you, Chair.
Right, moving on swiftly. I don't want to scare the media office, but I will try to get them to work with me in putting out a statement as well in Nama or Khoi so that we can actually start using it as well. So let us see what we can do in that regard. Then part B, that starts on page 14 and it runs to page 18. It is the overview of performance, as well as the institutional program information and the indicators. Do we have any questions on part B from the members? Member Boyson?
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, mine again is a comment, and I want to applaud the department on achieving the clean audits. And Chairperson, I'm actually getting worried because to achieve is probably easier than to maintain, but I must say that the department has proven itself by maintaining it for so long, and I do not want to be a member when that changes. I don't want to see your faces. Thank you.
Any other questions from the members on part B? Member Stevens?
Dankie, Chair. Bladsy 18. Hoe verseker die taalkomitee dat al projekte inklusief en toeganklik is vir almal? En watter rol speel gemeenskapsleiers in die beplanning van taalprojekte? Dankie.
Okay, and is there a third question in this round? Okay, those two questions. Minister?
Thank you very much. I'll hand over to the chairperson.
Yeah, I think the members of the, sorry, can I continue?
Yes, please.
Of course, yeah.
Oh, you can. Okay. So I think the members of the members of the community. I'm not sure if the question was the members of the community or the leaders of the community. But they are very involved, especially like I said with the celebration of the Khoisan Heritage Day. We had collaborated with them to host this the conference that they had on Heritage Day. Yeah, with each initiatives, well, I know for sure also with PANSALP, when we collaborate with PANSALP, they also approach the leaders to be involved with each initiative. So to my knowledge, we do involve leaders from the community.
Thank you, Member. So in terms of the inclusion of the leadership in the programs, yes, if we want to look specifically at the communities of the Khoi and the San, they are included. I made in my earlier remark about the interface between the Western Cape Cultural Commission and the Language Commission in terms of the managed network model, where the language, and Tema can talk more about that to give specifics to it, where the leaders are part of the programs, the heritage program, in specifically at that conference that they have. It's also part of developing the youth, developing the community, but as well as the community elders giving transferring information to the young people. So that collaboration in terms of language being the basis. We know that it's Afrikaans that they speak. There's still a long way in terms of the indigenous languages, in terms of its development, and the spoken language in terms of that. So that collaboration between language and the Cultural Commission is ongoing. I don't know if Tema wants to add any specific.
No, thank you. So just what we've started doing as part of our concerted effort to make sure that there's that inclusivity. Of late, I've been actually with the team traveling to different parts of the districts, and I do that because per invite. Because we don't know how many leaders are there, and in terms of our engagement with them, therefore it helps us when there is that approach to our department to say, Temba, we've got these activities that are taking place, and we want to make sure that we go to them, to meet with them, because one of the things that we have learned, which is quite exciting when we get to those spaces, it's also the learning that we get around traditional medicines, the preservation of culture through different mediums. But if we were to invite them into our offices, that knowledge is lost. And I think that has been quite exciting. So I think just about 3 weeks ago, I was in Plettenberg Bay as well, which I visited also at that site, which we had quite an amazing meeting. 5 hours felt like 5 minutes, just because of the wealth of knowledge, and also us having to understand, the cultural dynamics plus the language. Because what we say, members, that language on its own, it cannot be preserved and promoted. So there has to be a cultural program that is attached to it. So what we are doing now, we are identifying cultural programs that therefore through those cultural programs, therefore we get the young people and so the old to teach the new in terms of the language that and how it needs to be spoken and so on and so forth. So hence the work collaboration between WCLC and WCCC. So that's where we are. So we are making every effort to make sure that the young are learning from the old, but also we are going out to learn just not more than just the language on its own, but also the cultural dynamics and the differences that happen there in the province. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. That was section B. Any last questions on section B? Then section C obviously is dealt with by SCOPA this afternoon, as is part E, but there is now part D, human resource management. That is contained on page 34. But do we have any questions there? I see that that is in fact contained in the main report, which we'll be doing subsequently. Okay, Minister, any last comments on this particular section that you would like to talk about the Language Committee?
Nothing else from my side, thank you.
Right, thank you very much. That is then the Language Committee that we have now completed. At this point, we're going to go on to the Western Cape Cultural Commission. Again, we will take everything as read and we will go through it section per section. The first part is part A. Again, general information. That goes from page 3 to page 14. I believe we also, Minister, have the chair online. Okay. That is Ms. Bart. Ms. Bart, I just want to ask, have you got any introductory comments you would like to make before we commence with the questions? Chidi?
Yes, just to say, Ms. Bart was the former chairperson. Currently, there's a new one that came into effect in the new financial year, and the deputy chairperson is currently online and will be able to speak. Thank you.
The deputy's name?
It's Mr. Gregory Moorman.
Moorman. Ms. Moorman, have you got any introductory comments you'd like to make before we start with the questions?
Yes, good morning, Chair, and good morning, members. Thank you for providing me the opportunity to, for the WCC Cultural Commission and giving us a platform to speak. Yes, the Council Commission, we have been active and for the last few years, and we mainly there to and as well for the preservation of our culture. And culture is very important to our people in terms that we should not forget where we come from. We are, if I may say, our ancestors and our parents and all of those where we come from. Now, the report that we put forward is quite comprehensive. And so for that, yeah. But the Council Commission has been doing their work. We have been receiving clean audits for the past few years, and we have been able to sustain it as well. We have many culture projects going on currently, and it's really a joy to watch our people trying to sustain the culture of all our groups. That means Khoi, Zulu, Xhosa, Afrikaans, all those groups that we have within the Western Cape. But I'm glad to be involved with that. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members.
Thank you very much. So, members, we have part A as well as the introductory comments that we've now heard from Mr. Moorman. Do we have any questions on part A of the Cultural Commission? Member Boyson?
Thank you, Chairperson, and I want to say welcome on board to Mr. Moorman. And Chairperson, mine is also a comment. And as we're all aware that we're going into the circumcision season, especially us as the Xhosa cultures, there are also other cultures within the Western Cape that are part of these processes. And what I want to emphasize, Chairperson, is that we know the challenges. We know, Minister, what is the disasters in other provinces. And fortunately, we as the Western Cape, we have not reached that stage where we know for a fact, that we're going to have serious incidences. But Chairperson, what I do want to say is that I am aware of a project in the Garden Route. Its origin is in Bito. It's called Amagoha. And Minister, they are in contact with the Cultural Council and with, as I was saying, with some members of the department. My plea and emphasis, Chairperson, is that some of the challenges are the local municipalities, for designated areas for these traditions to continue. Because what is currently happening in some of the areas in the Western Cape, where the areas are being used, but then there's a municipal project for human settlements and whatever that needs to happen, and the communities are running out of space. Now, what I want to emphasize, Minister, through you, is that if they can zoom in on what is happening in the Garden Route, there are private landowners who have shown an interest, but they then going to need the department for some guarantees in terms of how their partnerships can be formed so that there can be a permanent designated area based on a triple P. Thank you. The project is called Amagoha. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Member Kwensu?
Thank you very much. Let me build on the points made by Member Ikoha on my right, Member Memory. One is deeply interested, let me see, because this point, even the report is not made and made loudly, at the initiation season, taking stock from the last financial year, and in some parts of the province, there remains a challenge of land. There remains a challenge of land. And can we be guaranteed about the availability of land for this important cultural program? In particular, for areas such as your Poland, in the area of you recall that there have been issues in the areas of Stellenbosch, the accessibility and the harassment, as member has made, which always be pursued by municipalities harassing our people, and alternative land to ensure that at least they get proper land as a basis to promote and respect their culture. And that is in the area of Poland, Overberg, and some parts of the Southern Cape. And also, can you be able to take us through about what appears the prevalence of the underworld criminal network getting into this, and that was reported in the areas of the Western Cape, be it is your be it is your Guguletu or Philippi or what have you, right? That during this season, should they see a tent, not a tent for a funeral, but a tent for a funeral and a tent for Umgid is different, that extorters visit the households. So as a committee, we're deeply interested on the department's plan on that, the recognition of and the provision of land, and ensure that it is accessible, and that is as per the tradition of Amahlubi and others in the area of Poland. That's the question which on the first, based on the opening remarks, as well as the part the first part of the report I wanted to pose. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other questions, nothing online. Minister?
Thank you very much, and thank you for raising these very important matters. And Honourable Benson, I know my colleague, the HOD, sees with this matter and is an expert on both the matters you raised, very important matters, a very important point to us. And I know he briefed me, but I think it's better to hear it from the horse's mouth because it's two very important matters, and I know he was dealing with it. Thanks.
What I've omitted to raise is the other support systems such as the training of Ingcibi as well as Amakangata. What does that mean in English and Afrikaans? Exactly.
We'll find
Thank
it.
you. Minister?
HOD, thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and Mr. Nkunu will also weigh in a bit. Yes, I'll start with the initiation. Both members are correct on the land issue. It's been a huge challenge trying to deal with initiation in an urbanizing world. It's been a new challenge for municipalities, and what we've been encouraging municipalities is that you need to include land for initiation as part of your special development frameworks. There's no other way. Communities are going to be able to practice their culture. They must practice their culture, and we just need to plan for it. So if we know that there's going to be a housing development 5 years, 10 years down the line in a particular area, part of that land must be made available for initiation. But the thing with initiation is that that land cannot be close to the communities. There's got to be seclusion. It's got to be quite a distance from where communities are residing. Because it loses dignity when it is in and around communities. So that's why planning becomes important, because you need to understand that that land may seem far away now, but in 10, 15 years' time, the communities will come closer because of development. So planning in the special development frameworks must be there. The municipalities in Western Cape have on the broader sense, been very cooperative. Even Stellenbosch, which has been in the media now, was the leader on this. Stellenbosch was the first municipality to start thinking about developing bylaws around initiation. They have been very progressive. This matter that has been in the media for now is just it's a serious challenge, but it does not mean the municipality has not taken this matter serious. The extortion part has shocked us all. We didn't think that criminals can stoop that low, but you know, criminals are criminals. We came to hear of this in the last few years, where they would go to mothers whose sons are in the initiation school, and they make certain demands on them. This is a huge, broader societal challenge that we need to address collectively as communities, because it's just unacceptable. I mean, extortion on anything is not acceptable, but to come to a vulnerable parent waiting for the child to come back alive, and then you extort that person is just something beyond. What we've done is we've always had a partnership with the SAPS. So we do in the Western Cape, initiation is delivered in partnership with the SAPS. We have Brigadier Ntanzi, who we work closely with, who has been deployed by the Provincial Commissioner to work with us on initiation, so that whenever we have any challenges that may require law enforcement, such as illegal initiation schools or any other, then the Brigadier and his team are always on hand. But I'll just hand over to Mr. Nkunu to just cover specifics on the issue around land, because I believe a lot of progress has been made. A lot of progress has been made with Western Cape government's Cape Nature, who have always made land available. They partner with the department to assist, but the new law insists that the partnership or the relationship must be between the landowner and the initiation forum, and we broker that relationship. So I'll just hand over to Mr. Nkunu to just speak more specifically.
Thank you, Chair. Just to on the part for training, we actually just concluding now a program that we rolled out for in the Makankat. So we do that program annually. So just for the benefit of also the members, everyone who is a carer, they go through a training that we conduct annually. So the one that we just concluded, it's the health and hygiene. Unfortunately, I can't go into the details of what it entails, but it's a health and hygiene training, as you know, Member Gwen. So that is some of the issues that we deal with in that particular training are for that specific, program. So I can't divulge more than that. But we are doing a number of programs that support the initiation program in the Western Cape. But also what we are doing, we are saying, let the boys go, baphila, babuye baphila. That is our core, that is our main focus. Over and above that, with all the 42 initiation forums that we work with, they also undergo the organizational development training, because for us, we see the need that as much as we're talking about cultural practices and all of that, there is an important element that we need the forums and everyone who's involved to also understand that as a government, we can only go so far, but also we need to capacitate them to look for other avenues and other partners. I will make an example on this particular one with George Initiation Forum, Member Grins. It was quite amazing last year that they brought in about 2 local businesses. One of them bought them a Jojo tank, which is the one that normally we buy and supply. But they said to us, Dickers, through the organizational development training, we have gained so much skills that this year, do not bring us a Jojo tank. We were able to go to local businesses to get them to support the program. Now we are able to channel those resources to other forums where they are still in a process of understanding how they can better get more services from even the local businesses. There is also one initiation from that is currently pursuing a partnership with a private landowner, which is actually quite interesting for us, because also it says the intervention programs that we have come up with, especially when it comes to organizational development and how they need to structure their initiation forums, it's actually bearing fruit. So some of them are going to the route of now registering, as non-profit organizations and non-profit companies, which therefore we'll see how, that pans out. But it is also important to note that part of how they are formed, the 42, they have selected a body that is the Executive Council. So the Executive Council represents their interest instead of us dealing with individual forums. So they talk to that council, and then the council will come to us as DCAS, as well as the Western Cape Provincial Initiating Coordination Committee, to therefore make sure that we coordinate the resources that are required. And the other one also, Minister, he did write to the other ministers, provincial ministers, to the other departments. I think it was around March, if I'm not mistaken. He sent, all of them to say, look, we request your support for this program. And there was a positive response after Minister Ricardo Mackenzie sent those letters to those departments. And that there is a very strong now collaboration between ourselves and the respective departments. So I think also Minister reaching out to those departments, it helped us quite a lot. Lastly, just to also note, remember, we're quite fortunate that New York is in the province because of the work that we've been doing. They made a decision that this year's summer season conference will take place here in the Western Cape. The conference is starting today, which will end on the 30th. So we're quite happy that at least the National Initiation Coordination Committee, it sees the work that we are doing. And so we are hosting them. It will be great for you to also pop in there when you have an opportunity. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. Any further questions on that section? Member Kassim online and then Member Stevens.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I just have two questions. I just wanted to check how sustainable is the Western Cape Cultural Commission's financial model, if significant savings are mainly due to maintenance costs funded by the Department of Infrastructure, and then also what steps are being taken to internalize or independently secure funding for routine maintenance expenses, reducing obviously reliance on the Department of Infrastructure. Then I also wanted to check how will the Western Cape Cultural Commission ensure stability and to also continue the operations at all facilities to prevent future income loss, especially considering the upcoming 12-month closure of the I'm not sure if it's pronounced as the Oki Cultural Facility, specifically for major upgrades starting from the 1st of April 2025, or which started from the 1st of April 2025. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Member Stevens.
Thank you, Chair. Member Kassim covered some of my questions. But how does the WCCC monitor whether funding for cultural councils is adequate and equitably distributed across the Western Cape? Section 70 on page 11 mentions reasonable funding, but no data or evaluation is provided. In what specific actions has the WCC taken under the Traditional Inquisition Leadership Act to promote cultural inclusion and representation of these communities? The act is cited, but the report doesn't show how it's implemented in practice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hand over to you, Minister.
Thank you. Can I guide the CFO, Member Kassim's questions? Thank you. And Carol.
Thank you, Member, for that question. In terms of the model for the facilities, we are currently working on a new model for facilities. For facilities, I'm trying to talk slower. For facilities, and it basically comes or stems from the feasibility report that was finalized. Part of it as well is about how do we future market the facilities in order to get traction. Secondly, it's also about how do we work with other partners. For instance, the National Department of Tourism has reached out and has said that the facilities that we have has got great potential for backpackers and so forth. Currently, we are still in early conversations with them in terms of how we bring them on board, but as well as it is also with the some of the partners within the province. In regard to also the sustainability, and that's a question that the member asked regarding the closure of Okiwista, I'm going to ask Themba to respond to that specific question. And then I think I will come back to the question of Member Stevens.
Thank you, ma'am. The Okiyoste, yes, it is currently closed for upgrades. We are projecting that the completion of the upgrades will be in March. And what we hope with all of these upgrades, it's the increase in our revenue. So it was a planned upgrade. So it is not really impacting us that much because we planned for it and it was expected that it's going to happen. So the challenge could only arise if the projected completion date, it is not in March. But as things stand, we are projecting for the upgrades to be completed in March. Thank you.
Thank you. So just in terms of the dependency on the Department of Infrastructure, so the Department of Infrastructure is the responsible department for major construction work. So they get funded. We then complete what we called a UM, which is an asset management plan, which is then facilitated by the Department of Infrastructure. And therefore, we are able to benefit from that funding for major construction work, which in fact is what they are currently doing at the Okiwester cultural facility. Then just in terms of sustainability also, we've just about received the approval of our revised tariffs, which we are in the process of implementing. So we requested tariff increases, inflation-based tariff increases, but we've also increased the revenue sources. As an example, we've added, for example, social events where we are now about to open our facilities to social events, but with the necessary protection. As an example, providing security services for these social events. So that is all in the process of being implemented. Then in addition to that, we've also opened up an investment account just to optimize a little bit more on the interest, because the interest rate for the investment account is more than your normal current account. And we opened it with the Corporation for Public Deposits, and their interest rate generally is more than the commercial banks. So those are the things that we have in place and planning to ensure the sustainability of the cultural facilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just to come back to the member's question about the actions that the PICC or that the WCC has taken in terms of the National Traditional Koyan Leadership Act. Yes, it is within this annual report, because the Commission has seen the importance of this act. We need to note that currently in the Western Cape, we do not have a national house, but there is a NTKL process that are currently on process. We've also just heard in October that the Constitutional Court has given a 2 years extension on the act as well. We need to note that the TKLA, National, NTKL, concerns the formal acknowledgement of Khoisan San communities and their traditional leadership structures, which is part of a national process for the Khoisan San governance. This process falls under the Commission of Khoisan San Matters and is regulated nationally by the Act. So in terms of the WCCC in the Act, by contrast, relates to the cultural councils that is established for the promotion, the preservation, and the development of cultural activities within the Western Cape. So these councils operate within the sphere of cultural development, heritage promotion, and community cultural expression, as supported by the Western Cape Cultural Commission. So I just wanted to note that the recognition of the Khoisan San communities and leaders are through the NTKL, the National Traditional Khoisan Leadership Act, while the registration of the cultural councils under the Western Cape Cultural Act serves as provincial cultural development purposes. So there is a process where communities in the Western Cape, to advance the culture so that it does not diminish, they register under the Western Cape Cultural Commission. And once they register under the Cultural Commission, they are able to apply for funding, of which the funding goes out through an open call. And then the process is then that the commission, there's a committee in the commission that looks at the adjudication of the proposals that have come in. And then then they provide for the communities to support their projects. So the Commission also do monitoring visits, and they are also invited to some of these programs to see that the funds is effectively used for the intention. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Minister, do you want to add anything?
No, thank you, Chairman.
Okay, thanks. Okay, are there any further questions on part A? Can I move on to part B? Part B runs from page 15 to page 22. It deals with the overview of performance, the institutional program, performance information, revenue collection and capital investment. I have one question here from Member Nqentu. Anyone else? Okay, Member, please proceed.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Firstly, on page 15, I think is the second last paragraph, you know, that there's a talk about, I think the second sentence of the passing on of groundsman, may his or her soul rest in peace, resignation of 2 staff members, and it is argued that one, due to a number of reasons, this position could not be filled. I tend to have an interest when there is a report about the resignation, regardless of the levels, as to what perhaps are the basis for such resignations, right? And also the plans, of course, despite the reasons, to fill those positions. On page 17, it is reported that of the 34 cultural councils registered with Western Cape, with WCC, the commission only supported 9. And we are not told as to why only 9 out of 17. You know, why only 9, not the 17? As committee and of course the members of the public must be interested. And also, of course, the concentration of this 9, which of course is tabled here. Related to the first question, page 18, the use of EPWP in cultural activities. For how long are these EPWP going to be used? I'm raising this point on the basis that presently, EPWP in some departments or levels of government are used as cheap labor to substitute core workers. And when there are vacancies and that there's no appetite for departments to fill those positions and use EPWP, understanding their vulnerability, you know. So it's for that reason that I felt that I must pose that particular question. For now, Chair, that's the questions I would love to pose to the department. Thank you.
Member Kasim online.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just wanted to add, although the Western Cape Cultural Commission supported all 9 registered cultural councils that applied for funding, I wanted to check how will the Commission address the identified need for an increased funding to implement the cultural projects and then also to stimulate participation, given that the transfers and subsidies paid to the cultural councils were obviously lower than budgeted for. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Member Stevens, you're looking at me like you want to ask a question. Please.
Thank you, Chair. Just to add on to the member's question, how does the Commission support emerging artists and cultural practitioners in underrepresented areas? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you very much, our guy and the team. I think.
Okay, thank you. So on the number of cultural councils that were funded, the 9, the reason for only the 9 is because those are the only ones that applied, and all of them therefore were supported. So what the committee has done, it has since gone out to meet with all the other registered cultural councils to understand why they are not submitting applications. And there are recommendations there, Member Grants on page 17, where after those visits, the councils submitted to the committee that at least there has to be some kind of workshops as well that we will be undertaking with them just to assist them in terms of their compliance, because some of them we picked up that it could be issued compliance documents, and therefore they don't see the need to apply. But the ones that applied, the 9, it's because all of them had applied, and therefore the commission saw it fitting to support all of them. So going forward, one of the things that we are doing, it forms part of the departmental program that we call also ALMAL. So instead of going out to only do funding for cultural councils, instead we will collaborate also with sports when they are going out to do funding workshops and so on, so that all of us at the same time in the same venue, we can therefore address multiple organizations and entities. So that's the approach that we are doing now. So as part of also the annual funding model, we are not only dealing with the arts, culture and heritage organizations that fall outside of the cultural councils, because also the cultural councils still have an opportunity outside of the WCCC funding to apply for annual funding as well. So, but the cultural councils funding is specific to those cultural programs. But other than that, let's say, for example, they want to do a program that's about traditional music development within their community, they are eligible to apply for funding from the annual funding program. But also we want to make sure that when they do apply on the other side, compliance-wise and all their documentation is in order. So that's what we are currently doing. Thank you.
Okay, Member Kwensu and anyone else at this point? No, Member?
You are getting there.
There are still more questions to be answered.
Sorry, please.
Okay.
Let's finish that first.
Thank you, Chair. Member Benson asked about the EPWPs. Just wanted to state that the EPWPs contracts, as according to the framework, is between 12 months and 24 months. So what you see in this in the annual report, and what I want to report on, is that we have had 10 EPWPs that have resigned due to finding permanent employment, either absorbed within the department or outside of the department. Specifically in terms of the Kukanap one, the EPWP, the Lazelle Kluter, has received permanent employment at the cultural facility at Kukanap as the manager at the Kukanap facility. We also do have another 2 that have been absorbed by the department in terms of the cultural initiation, 2 officers there. And then we do have also other EPWPs, for instance, one resigned in May 28 and is now working at the external Lamotte farm in terms of just the skills and the training that they have received. So the turnaround time in terms of EPWPs coming into the department to receive work opportunities and training is about, equipping them to go out there and to get permanent employment, whether they are absorbed through interviews within the department or external. I hope it answer your question. And then also on the other question that Member Stevens have also asked, we do also in terms of the arts and culture, but that's within the department, do information sessions in areas. So if there are any areas, we'd be able to do information sessions through the Almal Hub to equip or just to inform communities on how to apply for funding. Thank you. Thank you, Member.
Member Kasim's questions? Was it covered? Okay.
We're done. Okay, great. Okay. Member
So
Mike,
I saw Member Kasim's hand is up. That's why I wasn't too sure if it was.
Member
following.
Kasim, have you got a follow up? And then Member Michaels? Any others? Okay. Member Kasim, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just one last follow-up on the section. Following the dissolution of the Western Cape Cultural Commission, specifically around the initiation, the reference committee, due to the transfer of its functions to the Western Cape Provincial Initiation Coordinating Committee. I just wanted to check, how will the Cultural Commission utilize the expertise of former committee members to continue advising the Provincial Minister on cultural matters in line with its overall mandate to preserve, promote, and also develop culture, specifically those with knowledge of sacred rituals and indigenous worship. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Yeah, so the cultural, the subcommittee for initiation was a very useful one in the period in the run-up to the Act, because we did not have a body to advise the Commission on matters relating to initiation. And then with the Act coming into place and the Premier appointing a Provincial Initiation Coordination Committee, within that committee ceased to be operational as of this term. But the good thing is that most of those members that were in that committee form part of the initiation forums. So they are still actively involved in initiation forums. And one of them is even occupying a position in the, what did you call it, Tamba, the executive council of the initiation forum. So they are still actively involved, and we call upon their advice from time to time. Thank you.
Okay. Then any other questions? Have we got Member Ngwentu?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. I've noticed that of the 9, majority of these cultural councils were given a 30,000 rand, whilst 2 given 40,000. Was that based on the money they requested, their budget, or what? The related question relates to what extent do they account back, or you following the money, and to establish that indeed the money requested was used for that particular function as per the letter, request, or proposal? I like the question you raised, head of the cultural affairs, the issue of how you responded to this question of EPWP, others getting employment, others absorbed, and so on. In fact, you are attempting to attend to my concern. It may not be now, but would be deeply interested, to understand the profile of this EPWP, right, in respect to their levels, whether what skills and qualifications perhaps they hold, and also the number of those absorbed, if any, absorbed by the department. Because EPWP as a program meant for the skilling of our people and for them, as correctly articulated, to be employable, whether within the company or department they're working for or elsewhere. So such details may be important. It may not be now, but they're quite important for the committee, because where I stand, I'm against the use of EPWP as a new form of cheap labor facilitated by the state. And in other departments and levels of government, it is the case. And also, one is interested on the kind of trainings you claim to be offering to this EPWP, what kind of training is that which enables them potentially to be employable? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please.
Carol?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Member. Yeah, most of the EPWPs that we do pull into the department through the EPWP program, they are at matric level. Some of them are undergraduate, some of them are graduates, if I may say so. So there are various avenues in terms of training, especially for the WCCC, looking at the building maintenance as well as hospitality training. Some of them has received that in our library section as well, where they some of them have also found permanent employment in public library services. So those are the graduates. So basically, we could make information available. It's quite a lot of information, Member. And I'm happy to say that in terms of the department and in terms of the profiles of the EPWPs, we've started to do that as well. Come in as a clean page, and when you go out, what do you look like? And then also the kind of trainings that we offer to EPWPs. Most of it is in-house training in terms of on the job. But there are also trainings that we do take them for. So we would be able to make that information available. Thank you.
Okay, I think that is that section completed. Section C obviously is with SCOPA, and then section D, human resource management, is contained in the main annual report. So I think, Minister, have you got any closing remarks on the Cultural Commission?
Nothing, Chairperson. All I want to say is, Honourable Member Benson, I know he was not against the employment of the EPWPs, but they've moved up quite well in life. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, then the third one, we are moving on to Heritage Western Cape. That annual report. Okay, we have, again, I'm going to take it all as read to remind members about the relevance of the questions and the page number. Then in terms of Heritage Western Cape Part A, that runs from page 4 to page 17, but I'm also going to ask if Ms. Ghani has any comments or opening remarks she would like to make when we commence with Part A. Ms. Ghani?
Yes, good morning, Chairperson. As Chairperson of Heritage Western Cape, my report is on page 6 of the annual report, but I thought I should just highlight a few important aspects of that page. The annual report table today outlines the strides made by Heritage Western Cape over the past financial year as we continue to protect, conserve, and manage and promote the diverse and layered heritage of our province. Heritage Western Cape has reaffirmed its strategic relevance and institutional maturity by ensuring that heritage remains a meaningful contributor to the Western Cape's development priorities, particularly social cohesion, spatial transformation, and the growth for jobs strategy, as well as economic growth. As Chairperson, I am also proud to reflect on the strategic leadership and robust governance and clean audit that has shaped Heritage Western Cape's performance for this year. Our council continued to function with professionalism and commitment, guided by a diverse composition. In the 3 years, Heritage Western Cape has achieved its annual performance plan targets for the year under review, which is in our report here. In the 3-year term that the council has served, we approved the lean management approach and the implementation of a service delivery improvement roadmap. In the current year under review, we approved a marketing and communication strategy and a procedure for exempting defined geographical areas under Section 34 of the National Heritage Resources Act. Despite persistent capacity constraints, particularly in the retention of skilled personnel, the organization continues to demonstrate resilience. I would like to thank the Department of Cultural Affairs and Sport for their support, and also express my heartfelt thanks to the dedicated staff, committee and members, stakeholders and partners. It is through all the collective effort that we continue to advance a heritage agenda that is inclusive, responsive and transformative. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Okay, right. We have questions now on general information, page 4 to page 17. Have we got any hands there? I've got Member Boyson. Okay, let's start with Member Boyson and then we can move on.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the Western Cape is world renowned for her heritage sites. But Chairperson, we're seeing a worrying trend when it comes to criminal activities and robberies that are happening at some of these heritage sites. And we know that as part of the priorities is also growth for jobs. Now, with the Crime Minister, we know that that's going to have long-term effects, because it affects local tourism as well as international tourism. My question, Chairperson, is that what are the plans, to curb these criminal activities on the heritage sites? And I know that safety is a broader issue, but safety has got to start somewhere. If it starts at the heritage sites, it will contaminate, it will venture into the streets, into the areas. Now, my question is, what are the plans and who are the role players that would form part of such a plan to curb the negative trend that we're seeing happening? As an example, Table Mountain. Every second month we read about Table Mountain, and Table Mountain is one of the biggest attractions, not just in the Western Cape, but probably for the whole of South Africa, second to the Kruger National Park. So I think, Chairperson, if we can get a response on that, so that if there's any assistance needed from us as a committee, then we can do so. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Member Kwetsu.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me welcome the report as well. Just for me and maybe the member of the public to have an interest on page 9 on achievements. We appreciate that at least about 2,256 heritage applications were received and they are being processed. But also, what we'd be interested of the 2,256, how many have been approved? Because processing is a process itself, as the word says, right? But how many have been approved and declined? And what is the experience in respect to difficulties to processing applications and the rate of approval and the rate of applications being declined? That's the first one. The second one, again, we comment that about 2 provincial heritage sites were declared. Which are those? I could not find the details of those heritage sites here, and maybe you may help this committee as well as the the public to understand. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you. Before the team respond, can I just quickly add to what Honorable Memory was saying? A few months ago, I visited Deep Kloof on the beautiful Weskus, and I took a hike up our beautiful World Heritage Site. And inside the cave, there was written, and I won't say the name, but it says Ricardo Vagiso. Now, man, that starts at home. Why would you go into a World Heritage Site and wrote Ricardo Vagiso? It's just silliness to deface a World Heritage Site like that. So many of our social challenges, and we have to be honest, starts at home. Because I can guarantee you that wasn't an old 50-year-old male who wrote that in that cave. It would have been a young person who was probably bored with their life. But who didn't understand the significance of heritage. So all of these, some of the challenges, we really need to look inside ourselves, not to write our names in a World Heritage Cape for people to know. And I mean, they defecated, all kind of stuff. But I mean, it starts with the basic stuff that what we teach our children. And that was a boy's name, but I don't want to give it credence and relevance, so I don't want to name it. But you know, it starts there, and I think it's important that a lot of the social challenges we start within happening to our homes. But I leave to the team to respond to the rest of the technical questions. The CEO is online. Sorry, Dr. Michael Jansen van Rensburg.
Thank you very much, Minister, and thank you, members, for the questions. I think with the first question from Member Boyson regarding the heritage sites and the crime related to the heritage sites, I would just like to offer a couple of thoughts on that question in terms of what are the plans, stakeholders and processes in place to try and combat that type of crime. So I think firstly to point out that when it comes to heritage crime, any member of the public can report a heritage crime to the authorities or also to Heritage Western Cape. Heritage Western Cape has an active link on its website where heritage crime in its various forms can be reported. Once we get such a notification or report, we look into it. If necessary, we send out a heritage officer to conduct a site visit, etc. And there's a report following that with the relevant recommendations. Then we also work with key stakeholders. There's a network of heritage conservation bodies across the province. These conservation bodies are local bodies looking at a specific geographical area. They are very helpful in terms of having eyes and ears on the ground and reporting matters. Then we also have a program that we've implemented in the past 2 years for the training of heritage inspectors. We've been focusing on the training of municipal officials and SAPS officials to help them understand the legislation and the appropriate action that can take place with regards to potential heritage crime. And then we have also, I think, very successfully strengthened our relationship with the Hawks. They have a special unit that deals with specialized crime, including heritage crime. And we've built that relationship with them because historically it's been quite challenging, to be quite honest, to get local SAPS authorities to understand the significance of heritage crime and for the necessary actions to emanate from that. And the Hawks, they have certainly got that understanding on the value and the significance of heritage. And we've built this relationship with them. And where there are relevant cases, we are in discussion with them. So these are the main areas and stakeholders that we have for implementation with regards to heritage crime. I think then on the second question, let me just check my notes here. In terms of the heritage applications, the 2,256 heritage applications, of the rate of approvals and declines. And I'm going to contextualize it to try and provide you with an answer. Off the cuff, I can say that the majority of these would have been approved. But to get the exact number, we would have to drill down in the stats and we would have to provide that to you in writing. But it's not as simple as just looking at it from an approve versus decline perspective. Each case is taken on its own merit. It's based on a case-by-case basis. And the various committees looking at these applications have to consider the heritage significance of the site or property and the application, and then based on that make the necessary or give the necessary approval or decline the application. What I want to add to that is to say that within this context, you were dealing with applications as small as somebody wanting to paint a wall within a building that's older than 60 years. That's not necessarily declared as a heritage site, but it triggers the National Heritage Resources Act because the building is older than 60 years, versus massive scale developments on the other side. And so these applications are from these small applications to much larger applications. The vast majority of the applications that Heritage Western Cape does receive fall within that 60-year clause, Section 34, which these sites aren't yet formally protected heritage sites, but they are older than 60 years, and therefore they trigger the Heritage Act, and therefore requires a permit. And out of these applications, the majority lies in the city of Cape Town, and we call these Grade 3 applications. And so we've been very busy in processing those. What the comfort that I can give to the member is that we did do a internal audit through our own internal control unit, looking at the response rate for these applications. And that report revealed that no applications were outside of the legislative timeframes required by Heritage Western Cape to provide a response, either an approval or decline of an application. And as the chairperson also have indicated in her introductory note, HWC underwent the lean management process in the last year or two, and that has also significantly helped us to increase the efficiency in which we approve or decline, in other words, provide response to the applicants. Then with regard to the last question, I think it was on the provincial heritage sites declared. If I recall correctly, it was the Battle of Blauberg in Muizenberg and the Ajavia Mosque, which were those. Sorry, it was the Battle of Muizenberg and Javia Mosque. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Anyone else want to add anything there? Great, thank you. Right, Member Blentu, any other questions? No, member?
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Van Rensburg response has no appreciation, particularly on the question I posed, has no appreciation of the significance of annual reports, which key amongst other things is where we are given an overview of how the department or an entity performed as a tool for accountability. Now, the first question and the first achievement is something which is under processing. Under processing. When something is under processing, there are two results one must anticipate. It is either approval or a decline. He gave a contextual question, a contextual response, which is not fitting into the purpose of this, because what would expect, right, is a number of heritage applications approved and declined, whether there's an increase on approval or a decline in decline. I mean, a decline on those which are getting decline, and the basis for that. And I think, Chair, it would be important moving forward that at least be given something concrete, and not an assumption must not be made, and that we're going to understand. If it was for me approval, this 2,000, I was going to say, well done, that's an achievement. It's still a process, therefore it's not an achievement. That's where I stand, understanding the significance, actually the essence of the comment. That's the only issue, Chair, which I wanted to engage Mr. Van Rensburg on, right? Appreciating his response, contextual response, but that response, right, is an antithesis of the significance of what we're here for. Thanks.
I'm going to check for any other questions. No, please go ahead.
Just for further contextualize, but the CEO can come in. The number here, Chairperson, is the number of applications processed and completed with an outcome, whether declined or approved. So it is work that has gone to its full completion and concluded with an outcome. So what we could take guidance is in a future annual report, we can then say provide some outcomes. Out of the 2,000 that were concluded, how many had an outcome of approval and an outcome of decline? And we can provide that information. But this shows all the work that was done and concluded. Thank you, Chair.
Do you have a follow-up?
Captured the essence of my critique, thanks.
Okay, any other questions on section A? Okay, moving on, just checking online. Section B, pages 18 to 33. That is performance, overview of performance, programs, management services, revenue collection. Any questions on part B? Right, we've got one. Member, please go ahead.
Page 22. On page 22 for nomination, page 22, heritage sites, where is it? Okay, yeah. The call for nominations, according to the text of the report, is publicized on your website. Now, I want to understand, is that the only platform you are using to advertise? If so, why? Understanding the point I made earlier, right, that the world is evolving and there are different forms now of communication. That's the area of I have that particular interest, Chair. If indeed, okay, let me not argue it and preempt your response. Thanks.
Any other questions? No.
Thank you, Honorable Benson. We've captured the essence of your question. I'll ask the HOD to respond.
No, thank you, Chair. Yes, the website is where the information is held with all the forms, but the publicizing is on all social media platforms. So HWC has its own social media platforms as well as the TCAS social media platforms. And then you click on the link, if you get on the announcement is on Twitter, you will then click on the link and then it will take you to where all the various forms that need to be completed are provided. And it is open throughout. The calls that go to the public, it's just to, what do you call it, to remind the public that you can do it. So we normally go out twice a year just to remind the public to say, please nominate. But the call is open throughout the year. It never closes. Okay.
If I could just make a comment, I think it's actually quite an exciting opportunity. And I think that's something we as the committee should also get behind, because I think that there's a great deal of very diverse sites that can be nominated. I think that's actually really, really nice. So yeah. Any other questions? Any follow-up questions on that? Member?
Yeah. Let me see. MEC and I, we have our own fights over concepts and begin to elevate those. Now, look, I know the response, but again, there is no talk about attempt to using the mainstream media and other platforms beyond what is attached and found on your website. Literally. I don't know how many of even senior officials who visit websites. Even the MEC potentially hasn't visited a website in a while. For this to be known, and the HOD has made a point that this always serves as a reminder to our people that there is this process. Is always open. But I don't think, maybe I'm ignorant, I don't think the vast majority of our people have a sense or ever had a sight of this, unless one maybe knows someone from the council. So why other forms, other platforms are not used as a basis to deepen the people's understanding of this and also widen the participation and contribution of our people for this particular task. This is very important, I must say. Thank you very much.
We see.
Thank you. I think we got the point clearly, Honorable Benson. Thank you. Okay, wanted to add.
Just like to add, Chairperson, also over and above these, the CEO and team go out to communities. The CEO will remind me what the sessions are, but they go and consult and inform communities about this. So over and above the social media platforms, they go and meet communities, whether it's conservation bodies, ordinary members of the community, and they have sessions with them and show them how to apply and also try and understand any heritage issues. So there's a number of various mechanisms that are used to try and popularize and get the public to be aware of opportunities that exist for nominating provincial heritage sites.
Mr. Dr. Jans van Rensburg online.
Thank you very much, Chair. Maybe just to also add, I think what member is raising is important, and I think we can always create more awareness around provincial heritage sites. So I appreciate him calling attention to that. What I would like to add to what the HOD has said is just an emphasis. There are currently over 2,000 provincial heritage sites across the province. They are very in the hundreds in terms of conservation bodies. Penny will help me out here with a more accurate number. But those conservation bodies, like I said, they are the representatives on the ground for the communities in the towns. And we work through these networks also to create awareness about the importance of heritage conservation. We do have these stakeholder engagements on an annual basis in which we also create this awareness. And then, as you've mentioned, the website and the social media. But we would definitely echo the thing that members raised about the importance of creating even additional awareness. And we will certainly explore further opportunities in this regard. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions on section B? Section C is, of course, to be dealt with by SCOPA, and section D as it says, is dealt with in the main annual report, and then section E is dealt with by SCOPA. That takes us to the end of that. Any closing remarks from yourself, Minister?
I just want to thank our entities and people serving on our entities for working tirelessly. These are not the most sought after jobs in this world. It takes a special kind of person who want to serve on these councils and Heritage Western Cape, on our TAL, our languages committees, and we appreciate the work they do in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What I want to do at 10 o'clock, it is now 11 minutes to 10, is just take a break for some tea and a snack. But because we do have members of the public here and I don't want to lose any comments that you might want to make, on the three entities that we've just dealt with, language, the Cultural Commission, and heritage, I just want to know, are there any comments or input that you would like to make as members of the public? If you do, just put your hand up. You can speak on your mic from where you're sitting and just introduce yourself as well, please. Do we have anyone? We have somebody at the back in the blue shirt. So it makes me sound like I'm running an auction. I don't mean it like that. Is there anybody else who's going to want to engage at this point? Okay, sir at the back with the blue shirt, please go ahead. Just introduce yourself first. And use a microphone. When the red light comes on, we can then hear you.
Good morning. My name is Mteto Mzongwana. I come from Nyanga, from the Nyanga Arts Development Center. And I've looked through the performance review and the books. I don't see anything about the Nyanga Arts Development Center because of that the Nyanga Arts Development Center has been given money by the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture to upgrade and refurbish its premises in Nyanga. It's a private land. The proposal for that was part of the business plan that was done with DICAS. And the money was allocated to DICAS to undertake that program. Now, I just want to ask the members here, through you, Mr. Chair, that does the MEC knows about this upgrading and the challenges that we are facing because the money now has been revoked and taken to another project we don't know. And the delays since the money was given was caused by, I can say, those who are in charge, meaning that is the service providers, because the program had no timeline, no time frames, and now this money is revoked because there's been delays. Now we want to know from the MEC, is there no mechanism or process to review or to find out why is this money taken away from its legitimate beneficiaries? Thank you.
Thank you very much. MEC, have you got someone in your department who can speak to this?
So we can speak to it, but it's in the DCAS in the annual report matter.
It's in the annual report. Yeah. Okay. It is in the annual report we'll be dealing with after tea. Any other inputs anybody wants to make? Okay, what I'm going to do then, this is a good opportunity for us to take a break. It is now just after 10:02. If we can then recommence at 10 past, we'll then do the main annual report. If you go down this passage to the dining room, tea will be served there. Thank you very much. And thank you everybody who has assisted and spoken today and contributed. We really do appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, everyone, if you can maybe just settle down, then we can start again. What we're going to deal with now is the annual report of Cultural Affairs and Sport. We've got through the entities, and thank you, as I've already said, to everybody. Okay, so the actual annual report, we have heard from the MEC that his opening comments are contained in his report in this document. So the first section we're going to deal with, part A, which is the general information, the foreword, the report, statements, vision, mission, values, mandates, organizational structure. It runs from page 5 to page 34. If we can see, as I've said already, 3 minutes per question. We will do a different round so that you will get your question in, members. And please mention the page number. Do we have any questions on part A? Part A. That's up to page 34. Member Gwensu, let's start with you. Right.
Thank you very much, Chair. On page 11, the second paragraph and the fourth paragraph. Two points are made. A claim is made that interventions were made to empower communities and also created opportunities for youth and marginalized groups to thrive. Now, where is evidence, MEC, in respect to this? Because what we know is that the marginalized, the Khoi, the Sen, the Nama, and so on remain marginalized till today. Now, it will help for you to take us through on some degree of evidence. Again, you talk about the youth. What we know is that Western Cape youth presently is recruited into gangs. The it is in Kraaifontein, Manningberg, Riversmith. The second claim is made that in sports, the department invests on grassroots sport. Can the MEC present concrete and overwhelming evidence in respect to this particular question? What we know is that Black working class townships are without sport and recreation facilities. And thus, if you drive on the N2 towards Somerset, Chair, on your right, or when you drive from, towards town, on your left, you're going to see young people practicing soccer there. Same as when you leave Bocha Square towards Somerset, there is a little small dam there where they swim. Because why? The evidence we have suggests that, and that is sufficient evidence suggests that, one, there are no sports grounds. Two, there are no swimming pools. And thus they make their own swimming pools. That is why the people of Guguletu Sports Councils are here, among other things. Now, I visited, let me see, a number of sports grounds since I was elected to serve here. And all working class sports grounds are not maintained, not looked after. Actually, not a single Black working class township has a stadium. So what do you mean about this? Page 12, Chair, my second question, that was the first question. And is related to the earlier question again, because the HOD makes similar claims about sports grounds and so on, right? And we have that particular interest to understand as to where are these sport grounds are talking about located. Page 13, Or must I leave it there for now? Okay, sure.
Any other questions at this point? Part A? Yes, Ma'am Stevens.
On page 15, Chair, what measures were taken to ensure equitable access to cultural and sporting facilities in rural areas, as this is not clearly addressed in the report? Thank you.
Okay. I'm not seeing any online. Okay, let me see.
Thank you very much, members, and thank you for the question. The first question to the members asked, through strategic partnerships and targeted interventions, we've empowered communities, celebrated our diverse heritage, and created opportunities for youth and marginalized groups to thrive. Let's start with the first one, because below that, part of it is covered, and that is around heritage. I'll get to the sports part now. The honorable members will be aware that we have a new World Heritage Site. That new World Heritage Site is Sibudu Cave in KwaZulu-Natal, linked to our Deep Kloof and, of course, Pinnacle Point in Mossel Bay. And for that, we have, through the department and obviously to the World Heritage Committee, that site is now a World Heritage Site. That enables, first of all, for the preservation of our culture and our heritage, and for the world to know that we have given the world the ability to think. That is an incredible thing to give humanity. That is what we will forever be known as for a million years from now. That it started right here in Mossel Bay and in Pinnacle Point and in Sibudu Cave. It's far more than giving people just money. It is preserving people's heritage, and through that, and you'll get through the technical details obviously later on as well, we allocated funding to Mossel Bay and to that site to help develop that area so that cultural communities and communities from that area can enjoy that site, but more importantly, drive visitors home and promote tourism and jobs in that area. That's a very important thing that as a country we have achieved. Of course, the work was done by the team over many years, and that is now a World Heritage Site. And it's something that we must continue to celebrate, and particularly for groups that have been left behind since even before 1994, where the Khoi and the San and many other marginalized groups felt that their heritage has not been taken seriously. That is a World Heritage Site. The second part to the question is around youth itself. You're asking about youth creating opportunities. And again, we'll get to the technical details later on, but we'll just speak more broadly. We have the Year Beyond program, if one talks about young people, and last year, I think around 3,000 young people, but the technical details is in the report, have received opportunities that they would not have received otherwise. So those young people now has access to a year of training, funded obviously by the Western Cape government and other partners as well. And that takes those young people out of, as you rightfully said, would be the gangs and those other negative elements. Of course, one would love to have 300,000 of them on this program so that they never become part of gangs. But as you know, you cut your cloth, your budget like any of us. And that is giving those young people opportunities through the Year Beyond program. And there's an in-depth report done by the team about what happens to those young people after they have left that program. And we can obviously make those details available to you. When it comes to sport, I'm very privileged that I travel across the province and I see many facilities, some in a good state and some in a not so good state. One can easily say, well, sport, that is a municipal function in terms of the constitution, but the team has done incredible work. Let me give you an example, which is more to home, because that's where Parliament was in Beaufort West. And I'm not sure if the Standing Committee had the opportunity to visit the Beaufort West shared facility. A wonderful and incredible facility. If the Standing Committee has not done so, please visit that facility. There's many more, across Swartland, Kraaifontein, Malmesbury, one in Mitchell's Plain, where that particular facility in Beaufort West, it is probably one of the best facilities I've seen in across the province. There are many similar ones, so I don't want to say the one is better than the other. But certainly from a sports perspective, that's where people play sport, and it's a shared facility amongst those schools in the area and where young people have access to. Of course, one would like to have one in every single ward, but as you obviously know, there are budget constraints. So when we say we created opportunities for youth and marginalized, particularly a place like Beaufort, where, as you know, when you visited, and that's why I'm using that particular example, it's extremely rural town, it's extremely marginalized. So those young people have access to those opportunities, and certainly, hopefully in the future, we'll get more Olympians out of that. The technical details, if you want, I'll ask the team to share more on the technical details, but we can provide that more for you, and it's also more in the report. Our MOTS program, after school program, I know many of the standing committees would have visited some. Also a great one, some of the schools in Mitchell's Plain where I go to. You see some of these MOTS centers doing extremely functional. I was so proud of the one MOTS center, honorable member, a few weeks back, that I took the mayor of Atlanta there, came to visit us last year. They're, as you know, hosting the World Cup next year. And I took them there to the one in Mitchell's Plain to see how young people do perform after school. Of course, one wants to have one across the 1,400 schools in the Western Cape, but as you know, limited resources, and you just cannot afford it. We continue to look for partners to see how they can partner with us and raise funds for our young people so I can continue to help with them and work with them. Earlier on, I made a comment around social issues, and of course, these issues don't always start at school. I mean, the school is a microcosm of what's happening in our communities, and we can put 50 more centers at a school to try and keep the kids there until 5 o'clock. But if they go back into extremely broken homes, violence, gangsterism, all the issues that we all know in this room, we don't have to talk about for hours, then sadly, the transformation of that youngster take much longer. So the school reflects what's going on in our communities, but we are not a defeatist department. We give people hope consistently. You will never see a negative post on my Facebook page because I believe that we must inspire hope. Somebody said, why are you always smiling? Because that's who we are. We are the department of hope. We give people hope, particularly young people that is going through already difficult times in their life. So that, honourable member, I hope that helps your question, and we'll certainly provide you with the more technical details around that. I'm not sure if HOD wants to add more to that.
Yes, Chairperson, I think it would be good because the member is looking for evidence as well. Because Minister has covered at a high level, and that's exactly what we are doing. But I would like Dr. Bowe to just go into some of the detail of the funding support, because the question that the member chairperson has asked is one we are very passionate about. In the NSRP, there are a number of strategies that the NSRP says we must try and push to arrive at a winning, an active and a winning nation. And one of those key strategies is facilities. Before you even go to clubs, it starts with facilities, clubs, sports councils, etc. So I'd like to hand over to Dr. Bowe to just speak some detail about what we've been doing. Thank you.
Thanks, HOD. So the question relates to facilities. There's two parts. One about the City of Cape Town, and when I conclude, Mr. Tutu will deal with the City of Cape Town one specifically, but I'm going to talk about facilities in general. Firstly, we need to note that in terms of the Constitution 1996, Schedule 5B, all local facilities fall within the municipality. So the mandate for facilities is actually the mandate of the local facilities, the local councils. We as the department, we have a small budget of about 2.5 million to contribute to the upgrade of any facilities or the construction of new. So it's a very small, tiny budget of 2.5. What we do then is each year, between 1 July and 30 September, we send an invitation to any municipality in the Western Cape. All of them receive it, all the MMs, and they can then write to the department to indicate if they wish for us to contribute any of the 2.5 million to them. Each of the municipalities normally do this, and in the last financial year, George municipality received 460,000, and they did that for steel structures and seating in Leeuwaikamp. Swartland Municipality received 500,000. Beaufort West Municipality received 1.1, which was for the upgrading of netball courts and tennis courts in Maritzburg. And in Matsikama, we contributed 1.2 million to upgrade the Claver Sport Complex that is just off the N7 there. So those are the funding that was used for rural facilities. And then we also assist with the National Sport Department, made available MIG funding, and the MIG funding is administered by the Department of Local Government. We play a role as a sector department, and they made available funds to Cape Agulhas local municipality for the refurbishment of the Cape Agulhas Napier sport facility, as well as Swartland Lingaletu sport facility. What we then do is we go to the facility with the sport representatives, and we then sign off that it conforms to the norms and standards of the sport code, so that if it's rugby or football, it would be 90 plus 110, and then also need 5 meters for runoff, etc. So those are the things that we do in terms of the facilities. But each year, that is so that process has concluded now. They've all submitted their applications. In a week's time, the HOD will receive a document that has been drafted by Mr. Tutu and myself, where we would then have assessed the applications and made then the submission for his consideration for the following financial year, which would then kick in at the municipal level at 1 July. So that's what we've done in terms of facilities generally within the Western Cape. Mr. Tutu will speak to City of Cape Town. Mr. Tutu.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to make the point that once a facility once a municipality has applied and received money, then the municipality will then go through its processes to do the tenders and stuff, and then they would upgrade or build that new facility. Then once the facility is finished, is completed, it is then handed over by our minister to that particular municipality. Then the maintenance of that particular facility will sit with that municipality. So what we do, we facilitate and enable and ensure that that facility is built or upgraded, and then we hand it over to the municipality. So they will take care of the maintenance issues with regards to that. And then civil society, your people like Guguletu Sport Council will then engage with that particular city in terms of accessing the facility itself, and also the facility and also the usage of that particular facility. Members, we've got the list of all sport facilities from Cape Town that we can send to you to have a look. In terms of the swimming pool, in Guguletu, we have got 2 swimming pools. One at NY62, the other one at 145, where the Guguletu Sport Council is requesting that that facility become an indoor swimming pool. That is work in progress. So we are watching as the province with interest in terms of that facility being upgraded. So in terms of the city, I will stop there. Thank you. I've got the list. I can give the list in terms of the number of facilities we have. Thank you.
Thanks. Anyone else?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question, members. With regards to our MOD program, our recreational centers, we acknowledge that we want to expand, that we should have more. But in actual fact, what we currently do have and what we have evidence for, so in total, we've got 346 service delivery points where we're offering the after-school program. So that's both the MOD program, recreation centers, and shared facilities. So of the 346, 48% of that is within the metro. 52% of those facilities are within the rural communities. So we try and be intentional around the split, responding to where the demand is and where the need is for our sport and recreational facilities. Thank you, Chair.
Then second to last, before Carol comes in on the last one, we also have a very wide network of libraries. 72% of our libraries are in rural areas. So 271 of the 375 public libraries are in our rural areas. Connectivity as well. 232 of the 271 libraries, 85% are connected. In terms of the overall of the 375 libraries that we've got, 336 provide free internet access, and then that works out to about 90%. The libraries that we don't count and are not allowed to provide internet access to are the libraries that we have in correctional centers. We have about 14 of those, of the 39 that are remaining, which means we only have a deficit of 25. Basically 6% is what we are looking to cover, because we cannot count the ones in the prisons because we're not allowed to have internet access. So our coverage is quite wide of our libraries in the rural areas, 72%. Carol, can you just conclude on that one?
Thank you, Judy. Thank you, member. I'm going to respond to the marginalized evidence. So in the year under review, we have collaborated with the Griqua Royal House and hosted a conference under the theme Die Griqua is nog. We've also collaborated in September with the Kokokua Khoisan Tribal House on a Heritage Day where the theme was Restoration of Humanity. We've also collaborated with the Korakokua Tribal House of the Cape Khoi, hosting a conference on heritage and land dynamics, as well as collaborated with the Khoisan Indigenous Women in Action, hosting a conference on the role of women in the restoration of Indigenous knowledge systems. So in all of these conferences that we collaborated with the tribal houses, youth were the center point in terms of opportunities for transfer of culture between the elders, as well as to the opportunity to learn about their identity. So I just wanted to reflect that on evidence that we do work with marginalized communities within this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Right. I have Member Boyson, Member Nkulinsu. Member Boyson, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I might be conflating issues in my question, but my apologies in advance if I'm doing that, Minister, through you, Chairperson. Chairperson, there's MIC funding, and there is the upgrade of facilities, the 2.5 million. And Chairperson, if I remember vividly, somewhere in the funding models, there was also mention made of a 14% that needs to go into maintenance. So I don't know where does that fit in, and if that 14% of some of these grants that is compulsory for maintenance, would the 2.5 contributions be over and above that? And if the 14% is still as a condition, how is that monitored? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Benson.
Thanks, Chair. Mine is still a follow-up. I know the responses provided regarding facilities, and yes, we are aware that what is it, the competence of municipalities and the competence of TKs. And there continues to be a problem in respect to the state of facilities, sport and recreation facilities. And I think they were here in the city of Cape Town. We suggest, therefore, that the city of Cape Town is failing our people in respect to maintaining sports and recreation facilities. Just last last year, you could not attend that event. And the MMC for Finance, the City of Cape Town, attended. Where was it? Was headed. What is this one? Eguguletu sports ground. Just the hall itself is about to collapse. That's a classical example. But let me move to the question I raised, which I note the overall, the broad responses you provided in respect to what have you done elsewhere. I raised this matter last year. The issue of children who play along the N2, either for swimming purposes or practicing soccer. And I don't get a response even today to say, despite the claims we have made in respect to what has been built for for our people. Remember in 2019 or 2021, there was a tragedy where about 4 children died in a sinkhole in Nyanga. And till today, right, those youth and children from Nyanga, they're still going to play there. Now, I drove past, I think I sent you a message, a photo of some of them the other day. So the fundamental question is, what is your response in respect to that? To ensure that they are no longer practicing there, but they are practicing inside, in proper sport facilities. Even if you go to Msia, there's a sport ground there. And next to the taxi ranks. The state of those, I think you've already responded, by the way, to the question. They have collapsed. Now, again, there is a 2 million plus. Municipalities must. I think the response for me is like kicking a can down the road. No, municipalities must apply this and so on. What are your priorities? And your priority talk to this question. Yet there are no enforcement. Why? That's the first issue. In respect to after school, are these facilities also available during holidays for our kids? And what we know, though, is that in other areas, they do not exist. Final point, Chair, on paragraph 2, sorry, on page 13. No, before I get to that one, the issue of libraries, which was raised. We note the availability, but again, this question hasn't been answered. That where we are presented with a report that suggests the frequency of our people visiting libraries and areas where these libraries are used the most and who uses them. I think, and the support system that libraries need, one is not getting a sense in respect to that as a basis to ensure that all libraries across working class township are supported, right, particularly by DCAS in this instance. The last question for now, on page 13, a point is made that the Western Cape Community Arts Centers program has shown remarkable progress over the past years. Therefore, the network has expanded significantly, adding 30 new centers to reach a total of 52 communities arts centers across the Western Cape. But this lacks details in respect to where are these centers located, the distribution of them. So we'd like to be advised about some of those details, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Let me see.
Thank you very much. With regards to sport, obviously we can't speak on behalf of the city. So the honorable member expecting our answer to change, it can't change on that matter. But we're obviously working with municipalities across the Western Cape and try and change the situation around sport and sports facilities as best as we can. But like the lotto, you got to play to win it. You can't sit on the side and not play. So somebody have to apply to the municipal infrastructure grant in the process, as my colleague has explained earlier on. The second part to the libraries, I think the colleague will respond to that. Cecilia is here. But I can safely say, I mean, I love visiting libraries. In fact, just yesterday afternoon, I was in Mitchell's Plain Library. And Cecilia, thank you to the team, our team in the city. Again, it's wonderful what they've made available for matriculants, including the librarians provide them for coffee. For those that come to study, and I certainly hope other municipalities, other libraries follow suit. It will help our matriculants, again, helping young people and the youth, because if that's not available and they can't study, they can't pass matric. So certainly from outside. And the art center, like I said, our colleagues will respond to. I'm not sure, Dr. Tutu, is anything else you want to add on the sport, but I don't think we can, we can't speak on behalf of another sphere of government. Of course not. Thanks.
Thanks, Chair. We will get Cecilia to just cover a little bit more on the kind of work we're doing in the libraries, but to cover the matter around how are they being utilized. Outside of the annual report, we publish annually what we call the annual review. It goes into the smallest detail of every library. How many books are issued, how many people are visiting, what is the membership. It's a publication on its own. It's called the annual review, and that can be made available to the committee. It is published every year without fail. So that kind of detail is available, but it does not come into the annual report. It's a publication on its own. So I'll hand over to Cecilia to just add a little bit more, and then Dr. Bower to cover some of the outstanding on the facilities.
Good morning. Yes, thank you, HOD. Our annual review gives the circulation, the usage statistics, the highest reading, our overdrive statistics, all in that document, which we can share. But some that I can share is with our rural libraries. In the year under review, we had 36,000 literacy interventions, and it was directly affecting 604,000 people. And our outreach programs for the rural libraries were 30,392, affecting more than 400,000 people. So we do keep the statistics, but because it's such a lot of detail, over 375 libraries, like HOD says, it's not the annual report stats, but it's given in the annual review, which is made available publicly. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. And so with regard to the city of Cape Town, remember we had in April this year a meeting both with the city of Cape Town, the Cape Town Sport Councils and ourselves, where the issues of facilities were raised. So that was after our meeting here, we then indicated to them that it's important to have the sport federations actually engaging directly with the city so that they could indicate what their needs are. So the city of Cape Town hosted that particular meeting in April. So the sport fraternity had the opportunity to engage with the city directly on that particular one. And I'm told that quite a number of matters have been followed up subsequently as well. Then the city of Cape Town would also react to anything that was raised in the IDPs, and they would then follow their own. And then, as Minister said, that is the extent that we follow through with him. And then the first question that Member Boyson raised is that, yes, there's still a P component of the MIG, and in there's a percentage that they normally use for maintenance, but it's not indefinite, because after 5 years, the facility could get run down if it's overused. But there is such a P component within the MIG, and the MIG in itself goes, as I said earlier, through local government. So municipalities have to apply, and at the same time, we work with the municipalities that have received MIG funding, because they are supposed to use 40% of the grant by December. And if they don't, then further applications are not entertained. So we then work with them to have that particular oversight to ensure with the MIG. And Mr. Tutu and I get the reports every month from local government, and where there is a red flag that is noted, then it's our duty to engage with normally the PMU manager or the sport officer if they have one, so that because even if they do not comply with MIG, then we at the equitable share level, where we've got to give funding, then we also hold back, because if you can't complete earlier work, then we can't send new money if you didn't use the old money. So that is the extent of our oversight that we have, and it's a regular engagement. Local government has a meeting on the 20th of every month. It's an online meeting, and my officials attend that. And then, of course, after that, the minutes is distributed, and then we follow up with our quarterly meeting with municipalities where there's a problem. And in the month of August, we had meetings with all municipalities in every district in the Western Cape. So all of them made it, and we engaged with them on funding workshops. And out of the 6, the National Department made the last 3. So the National Department could also then indicate to them what mechanisms they follow as well. So that's the extent that very close working relationship with National and with MIG, and where there's a municipality that may have a red flag against the name. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the question, member, with regards to the holiday program. So the short answer is yes, we certainly do offer a holiday program at all of our sport and recreational facilities. It's also important to note that through our program, we create job opportunities for coaches. So we create exactly 578 work opportunities is what we created in the year under review. 43% of those coaches are youth. What's important to note is that the coach is from the community where they run programs. So with a coach being from the community where they run programs, when they design their holiday program, they are intentionally designing it in the context to which the youngster operates in. So the holiday program is about creating a physical and psychological safe space for the learner to engage in a program. We do it through partnership with WCD. So WCD ensures that the feeding program that happens at the after school program continues during the holidays. So partnerships with WCD, also intentional around partnering with local NGOs who support the program and the holiday programs in the afternoon. What we've also been very explicit about is celebrating the public holidays. So it's no longer just, a holiday, Africa Day is just a holiday, or the 24th is just a holiday, but the intentionality of including the curriculum and understanding why it's a holiday into the after-school holiday program as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. So with the community arts centers, we do have the information available of the network where it's spread. We have community centers in all 6 regions of the Western Cape. There are 52 of them. And we have also through the CAGNet, it's a community arts center network established for all of them to be connected. I think last year we had an Indaba that was held in Knysna, where we pulled all the community arts centers management to come together for training, also to speak about the challenges that they experience. So they've got various programs in terms of beautification projects, theater projects, community arts centers, it's stand-up communities, all of those programs that they have. But we can definitely provide the member with the spread where they are within the 6 districts. Thank you. Emma wants to add another ad-lib.
Thank you, ma'am. So also this year, the Community Arts Center Network is now housed at the Artscape Theatre, which it's quite a milestone for them to finally have a home where they can obviously do their operations. And so I think it's important to note that, because it therefore means with their operations having a facility where they can work, it also gives them opportunities to engage with other stakeholders, even outside of the province, to support the work that they do. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that feedback. Okay, have we got any further questions? Member Glensu? And then anyone else? No, please go ahead, member.
No, thank you very much. Page 14, a club development program. Can the department be honest about the effectiveness of this program? what extent is this club development program effective to serving black working class clubs? I'm using that deliberately because what I know and what we know this side is that many of the clubs continues to complain and ask for assistance. Either they are unable to pay for affiliation fee or unable to commute to matches. I've got a number of examples, be it clubs in Kraaifontein, in Nyanga East, and other parts of the province. So that's the first thing. Which clubs are actually benefiting out of this? The second one is on page 15. I think the second substantive paragraph about where statement is made to say about after school program which benefits about 3,074 youth were provided with an opportunity to gain work experience and develop themselves via partnerships with 53 NGOs in various municipalities. Now we're told that from the program, 70% progressed into work, studies, or self-employment. Now, I think this must be commended. This must be commended. But importantly, some key details are missing. And for us to appreciate about these beneficiaries and where they are located, including NGOs thereof, that the department is in partnership with. What are the names of these NGOs and where are they located? The last, just below the table of receipts, a statement is made about under collection, mainly relates to, we're told, to entrance fees at museum resulting from less visitors to the museum compared to the projected. And we are not told about the fundamental basis for this. Why? We would appreciate if perhaps were to be advised. Now, just below that, we're told that more fines for lost library books were collected than initially planned. Then one has an interest as to understand the rate of people who don't return library books. Who don't return library books. And where is the concentration of that? Because it is not enough to get fines, to focus on fines, without appreciating the scarcity of some of the books. I can go to the library, there are scarce books, and take it and don't return and pay a fine. And the department or the library begs to get that book, either from London or anywhere. So I think one is deeply interested to understand such details. The last question, is it the last? The last question related to is on page. In fact, there are no proposed new activities. I'm not sure why. Page 33. The vacant position of Director Enterprise Content Management. As far as I understand, even last financial year, this position was vacant. And we haven't been advised, unless maybe yesterday the position was filled. I know that we're still going to get into human resources stuff, So at the moment, Chair, those are the questions which I wanted to pose. And finally, in respect to attending to these broader issues we raised, and from time to time, funding is used, as a response. To what extent did you, MEC, petition the premier and the treasurer as a basis to ensure that you attend to this. Because your department
Let's round off, member.
is seen as an important department to contributing the mitigation of crime, violent crime in the province. And finally, the agreement between your department and the education department, the question of what? Is it off school or after school? After school sport. School sport, yes. And given, and this is important, given the state of or absence thereof of sport ground facilities in working class schools. Harry Kuala has no sport ground as a school. Scottsdene and Cryfontein. Right?
Now?
No, I'm just presenting evidence. Now,
It's questions, not leading evidence, eh? So just round
no,
off.
okay, advocate. Now, Scottsdene, for instance, right, has no sport ground, and yet these schools are expected to compete with the Bregenfeld high schools and other privileged schools. So how far is that agreement, and to what extent is it helping to repositioning our youth in the sport fraternity, regardless of sport codes? Thanks.
Thank you very much. Let's give Member Stevens a chance. Member?
Just to add on to Member Quincy's question, were there any clubs that did not meet the criteria for funding or continued funding? And if so, what were the main reasons? Thank you.
I think that's it for now. Let me see.
Thank you very much for the 6 questions. I can speak on all of these topics for easily an hour per topic because I love all of these topics, but I know my team is going to hate me for that. But can I just say this under 30 seconds, the school sports strategy, that agreement strategy is underway. It's almost finalized. We met with Minister Maney, I think 4 or 5 weeks ago, and it will assist us in dealing with the matters that you've raised around facilities and obviously school sport itself. That'll be once you see it, Honorable Benson, you'll be very happy around it, but we'll invite you to the launch of it once it's gone to Cabinet for approval. It's a wonderful program around school sport. And secondly, can I just say around club development? I've also personally visited some club around the concern, and I know my colleague, Dr. Bowa, will speak to the change in the funding that I think was approved at the last meeting, because there was an issue around people getting money. If I stay in Mitchell's Plain, I get 3,000 Rand, my 3,000 Rand can go to Portland's, Westridge, Beacon Valley, Tafelse. But if you stay in Vredendal, you get 3,000 Rand. You can literally only spend it once. But I know that Lyndon has done incredible work around convincing National and how to change that framework, and he can speak to that. But like I said, I can speak to literally every. Yesterday when I was in Mitchell's Plain, and I walked in Mitchell's Plain, I saw one of those youngsters had a green Year Beyond T-shirt on, and that's one of our youth programs, and it was wonderful to see him at a library, and he was helping other young people at the library how to read. So out of the 374 opportunities, I saw one person there in Mitchell's Plain Library. But there's the other 3,073 is obviously across the province. It's also one of the things I'll advise the standing committee, they visit our communities to go into our libraries. It's wonderful to see these young people in action. But I'll leave the rest to the colleagues, because I say these are topics close to my heart, but I know you're looking for technical details and not for my overview around it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the questions. So what we'll do is I'm going to come in as a generalist, but let Tabo come in as the expert on CDP. Tabo.
Thank you, Chair. With regards to club development, in the Western Cape, we've got 2,507 clubs from the research that we have done across all codes. And with club development, the framework of the club development says we support 16 priority codes. And that's where club development comes in. And the budget of the club development program is 13 million in all. And that 13 million, it covers the buying of sport equipment, the training and capacitation of those clubs and their coaches and their players as well. It also covers equipment and attire. It also covers registration fees. It also covers transport for those clubs. So the club development program that we have hosts 200 clubs across the 16 priority codes, across the province. So I think Member Gwenzo will agree with me that a 13 million
Order, Chair.
rand.
Just let her finish. Is it a point of order?
Yes.
What's your point of order?
I can't accept Mr. to pronounce my surname wrongly. Not him. The other person can do that, not him.
That sounds like a
Not-
full
not
challenge
you.
there, Mr. Smith.
When I can forgive and others, not him. Even him too, at least I can forgive him a bit, but not him.
That is actually a point of order. Mr. Tutu, please proceed.
So for the 13 million, I don't think we can expect that we'll be able to serve all 2,500 clubs in the province. So there's a nomination process that is done by federations. The clubs that are nominated into the program are nominated by sport federations, and then they are taken into the program. So I just want to give you the correct percentages. We 15% of that 30 million. It is for support of local leagues. We try and go locally, and also the clubs that we support. We request federations to support them to support local leagues so that they can be able to walk to the field rather than travel. And 50% of the clubs that are within club development are from the rural areas. We can provide you the list. 60% of that money is to support these clubs to participate in local leagues. That is through transport. 10% of that, it is meant for capacity building. And 10% of that is meant for equipment and attire, which becomes little because we have to reprioritize every year in terms of that. And 1% of that money is meant for professional women boxing. That is provided through club development. Club development matters so much to clubs. As a result, they are there in that program for a period of 3 years. After 3 years, most of them, particularly clubs that come from the rural areas, they request the department to stay on because the program is of value to them. So we can send you the list of athletes that have come out of the program, including Pumza Maweni from Kailicha, who went on to represent the Proteas in the 2023 Netball World Cup. So Chief, you can take over now. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Tutu. So just to conclude on the club development, it's a national project. And as a national project, there are requirements that is set out in the DORA grant, and we've got to follow that. So when the clubs end after 3 years, we normally ask them to exit because that's what the requirements have indicated. In terms of the question about which clubs did not qualify, we rely on the federations to nominate to us. We have a meeting every January and February with every federation. We explain to them so that they then have the opportunity to ask questions to us as officials, and then by February, March, they would then nominate. So we go through that, we explain the processes to them, and they would then be able to indicate to us. So the only reason why a club may not be on the program is if they were not either nominated or their 3 years have ended. But invariably, we've accepted the clubs that the federations have given. And as Mr. Tutu has indicated, 16 codes. In Cape Town, there are 76 codes of sport that is registered with the Metro. And the club development program will from next year open to all codes of sport and not only 16. So at the moment, we do have a strong football, rugby, and netball, but actually from next year, it will probably be all codes that will go through that as well. In terms of the second question, which related to the Western Cape Education Department and DCAS, we have, since last year, been negotiating with the Education Department and with civil society, because on the 4th of September 2024, the two departments, the National Sport, Arts and Culture Department, as well as Basic Education, signed an agreement in Parliament to work together. They called it an implementation protocol, and after that, it was requested that all 9 provinces also follow a similar route. Ms. Manuel here has been spearheading that particular engagement. So since October last year, we've met about 5 times with civil society, which is all the sport organizations, school sport associations, and the Western Cape Education Department. We have now, together with them, formulated the strategy. We've also drafted the implementation protocol, and we're now by the last sort of crossing the T's and dotting the I's, because of course the budget is also something that needs to be negotiated. So I think we very close to finalizing that particular agreement. And then in terms of our facilities, it is recognized that there are many schools that do not have facilities, but we have started with the Education Department a program called Shared Facilities. And what they then do is that one school that has the necessary grounds, 1 or 2 schools, they would build one massive sport complex that would then serve the surrounding schools in that particular area. At this stage, it's very difficult to probably build sport facilities on every school field, because a multi-purpose court is 3 to 5 million rand. You can say the same about the rugby or football pitch, but we believe that with the shared facilities, we are able to do so. And in the Kraaifontein area, we've got Bernardino Heights as our shared facility. And that shared facility, we expect that the schools would then go into to use that, and they've got a joint facility management committee. We also have other shared facilities, Cornflower and Lentegeur in Mitchells Plain, Heatherlands and Thembaletu in the George area. We also have in Beaufort West at Bastiaanse, and we also have in Malmesbury the shared facilities. So one shared facility is then supposed to assist all the schools in that immediate surrounding area, so that we can use collectively the funds to better the clubs and the schools. Ms. Manuel, anything to add?
No, Chief, I think you covered it adequately. So we acknowledge that facilities are key to enabling school sport. It is a strategic outcome of the strategy, and we are in negotiation with education around how to fund that. But in the absence of huge CapEx budget, the reality is around shared facilities. So whether that's shared among schools, whether that's agreement with municipalities to maintain the standard of their facility and ensure that schools have access to it, or whether it's agreement with schools that have good facilities. So in order to optimally utilize what we currently have, it's all underpinned by the managed network model. Going forward, to utilize budget that we might have available, like the chief said, we will look at building what's known as combi courts, possible multi-purpose facilities, but it's not at the standard of the shared facility. So if you imagine Lavendale, the cost of Lavendale was 104 million. If you imagine the Beaufort West shared facility, the cost of the Beaufort West shared facility was 42 million. So if we're unable to secure that budget for future CapEx infrastructure, then the shared use model is the way that we go forward that underpins the strategy and then facilitates access to all. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member, for the question. I was speaking to the question around the youth and after-school program, under which the Year Beyond project falls. So the Year Beyond model is based very much on a partnership model. So our partnerships with NGOs are what enables us to do the work on the ground. and it's a critical part of the design and the implementation model of Year Beyond. And we work with partners across the province, and in the spirit of being fair and opening opportunity for different partners. One, to sustain the current streams of work that we are focused on, and also to keep us on our toes and see where there's innovation coming from the field. Every year we put out an open call to NGOs as partners who would like to participate in the Year Beyond program. If they meet certain criteria, which is linked to the work we do, or have other programs which would be of interest to us, we ask for by an expression of interest for them to send us their applications and proposals, and then we consider that on a case-by-case basis. But they are spread across the province, and they work in the various streams of Year Beyond. And coming through you, Chair, back to the member's question around the list of partners, I mentioned some of the big ones. In the Langeberg area, there's the Bonnievale 418 organization. We have a partner in the Swellendam municipality called CAP. Boomtoetoom is in the George Garden area. Goed Gedacht in the Malmesbury area. ROGS is a big partner within the city of Cape Town. SCORE, based in Drakensberg and other areas. Scouts SA, which is spread quite far. The Glasser SA, also known as for the Shakuma program, and then also one in Darling Outreach. So there is a more detailed list, but with your guidance, HOD and Chair, I think if that would be okay for this board. Thank you.
Chairperson, I think there are just two matters that I just wanted to finalize quickly. One, Honorable Benson asked a valid question. We constantly ask for more money from the Treasury. But, you know, when you're up against teachers, policing matters, doctors in hospitals, it's quite difficult when the envelope is it's small, but we do constantly ask for more funding for this very important department. And the second way we've been looking at partnerships. If I can just share one of the partnerships that we've done around football for young people. We've signed an agreement with MTN, Golden Arrow, and SAFA. Us as the convening party brought all the stakeholders together, something that I actually learned from a previous portfolio. So it's a travel voucher for the LFA young people free of charge. So the first in the country where young people travel for free to soccer games on a Saturday and on a Sunday. That's the potential. There's 12,000 young people, and now we had contacts from rugby and netball have also asked to join the program. But the biggest challenge, and we have to be honest as a standing committee, of that program is the uptake from our communities. And why is that, Honourable Member, you'll probably ask, is because the consent forms are not being signed. Because you need a consent form from a parent to get onto a Golden Arrow bus. And that is, we've been battling, Mr. Tutu, myself, we had meetings, we're going to the coaches. We even asked MTN Legal's department if the consenting party can be the coach so that we can just get these children, because it's free transport for a young boy who wants to go play soccer. It is a massive expense to parents, as you know. We don't have to talk about, we know these things. And that is one of the hurdles we're working to overcome. Now, how do we get the coach or the captain of the team to become that consenting party? Because our parents from our communities just, and we understand why we've been looking at it, they arrive home, work late, they are tired, you know. It's, again, it comes to the social challenges in our communities. Because it's free transport provided for young people with MTN, SAFA, and Golden Arrows as a signing partners, we as the convening party who brought all parties together. We're just struggling to get the consent form signed by the parents. And MTN, being a big company they are very risk averse. They don't want something to happen to the child, then they must be sued. So we're just trying to get them to agree to change the consenting party, not the parent, but the coach or the team manager, because the coach and the team manager in many of our communities are like social managers, you know, social workers, guardians, etc. And that really is a game changer. It's the first in the country, and we hope we can get that hurdle dealt with because otherwise all of us will have to go to people's homes and beg the parents to sign the forms to let the children travel for free. So that's where we are now, because it's free. We've been running with it. So we're constantly looking for outside parties to help us fill this gap where we can't find money because we need money for a teacher or nurse. It's one of those difficult situations, but we are looking for private partners and we are working on that, honorable members. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think that that really also, the whole issue of school sport gives us a really good opportunity for standing committee meeting and an oversight visit. So I think we'll also take that up certainly in the resolutions, because I think that's a really broad topic. I'm going to come to you now for a follow-up. I'm not seeing any other questions, member.
Let me say on your HODs. I hear, I didn't get your name. Yeah. Look, I want us to explore this very important project which was launched in Lavender Hill, the Lavender Hill Shared Facility Project. Where else must we expect that the project of that magnitude? What are the plans for other parts of the province? You know, unfortunately, I could not attend the official handover. I was away. You know, I have an interest to where else must we expect it? You know, as per your programs and your priorities.
So I'll allow the question, but just to bring us back to this, because this meeting is the annual reports. So let's explore that, but then let's stick to annual reports going forward. Member Boyson?
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I am mindful of the time, but the answers just trigger something. On page 14, Chairperson, I also serve on social development. And in social development, they are trying tiers of the Golden Games, that the Golden Games are not funded there, but now it appears here. So where are the two departments missing each other? Thank you, sir.
HOD and London.
Okay, thanks. So I'll deal with the quick question about where else do we expect shared facilities. The chair, the answer to that is that the agreement with education is we're going to try to do one per district first. So the two districts that have not been covered with the shared facility is Overberg and Cape Winelands. So we are exploring with education where would be the best fit for that, because you need ground, you must make sure that there's enough space and so forth. So that's a quick answer. In terms of Golden Games, at the national level, there has been a decision that the Golden Games falls within DSD. What we have to do as sport is to provide the technical officials. So when they host the games, they are supposed to pay for it, and we will then send our teams, our officials, to be the referees and to be the umpires, etc. So that's the technical side of things. What we have been assisting with at the district level is with the Older Persons Forum. We have been doing some of the let's call it the Golden Games at district level around the province. But when it gets to national, then that funding is supposed to come from DST. So we will do the ground level as local, because we can see that we want to assist from ECD to youth, to adult, and of course to older persons. But at this stage, Chair, it is DSD's responsibility nationally. They in fact visited Bito last week, and they were considering taking the Golden Games to Bito. And we are now awaiting their decision, because my team also took them to UWC as well as to Stellenbosch, because they're looking for specific hostels, hotels, and there must be an indoor facility as well as outside fields as well. So we've taken them. So nationally, DSD must make a call where they want to host, and we would then send the necessary officials. But it's still DSD. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm answering the question on fines. So the fines referred to in the annual report are for the books lost by library members. If you lose one of the books, you need to pay the cost of the book. You cannot just pay a little fine and continue using the library. You actually get blocked from using the library if you have lost books. So what we try to do to make sure that people continue using our libraries is we have fine-free weeks and we have amnesty weeks. And these work really, really well. I have just one statistic here I don't have for the whole province, but in Cape Town in March 2025, we did the fine-free week and 40,000 overdue items were returned valued at 4.6 million. And in the previous year, it was 18,000 to 2.2. So there was quite a growth in the return of books. What we do with our rare books and special books, though, is if we have a copy that is really just in one library or is a very special copy, those books are not for loan. Those books you can come to the library and take it out and use it in our special collections on our reference section to ensure that we don't lose those rare copies of books that we have. Thank you.
Libraries are getting quiet. Okay, do we have any more questions on section A? Can we move forward? I think we do need to, if I look at the time, move forward. Next section, part B, is from page 37. Let's run through to page 65. So that takes us up to the performance information by program. So it's page 37 to page 65. And I've got a question. I really want to know about the picture on part B. There's a lady with a horse and a sword, and I really have to know what the story is with this. But are there any other questions on that portion of section B? Member Boyson? And then Member Ngwensu?
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, on page 40, and then on page 45, but on page 40, Chairperson, the section that deals with art and culture, there's a sentence that reads as follows: the demand for arts and culture support exceeds the supply. That's one. And then on page 45, again, club development, where the department assists more than 200 clubs and 50% are the rural areas. Chairperson, my question is that I have seen on the media platforms where federations have started to complain to say that there are indications that National is taking away funding and that's going to affect their programs. Now, my question based on that, if that is true, Chairperson, what is the department's, how would that affect the projections of the department going forward if National has really shifted money or cutting on funding? Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. I must confirm that a number of questions which I prepared were covered. Even others were actually from the entities, and even when we're using the part A, you know, we pose questions which were in the corner. Now, so you may not get much questions on the basis that they have been dealt with. You know, others were asked, others were just voluntarily provided. But on page 52, page 52, cases of fraud and corruption or corruption. We're not going to call Mkwanas, don't be. We're not going to call for a commission. But okay, there's the breakdown of cases open, cases closed. What is missing when the case is closed? There are two things when a case there are different reasons when the case is closed. You are a lawyer. It is either one was convicted or case withdrawn. Withdrawn at times we may use the same, nollie procedure, what have you. But what are the bases? What are the outcomes of these cases which led to them to be closed? You know. Now, so that we can have a sense, you know, of what entails, yes, is fraud or corruption. We're made to guess as a committee. We're made to guess, you know, briefly the nature of these cases and their prevalence. We're happy that in this period from the 31st of March, there is none. You know, are there any measures, perhaps, which you have put in place, which have led to where you now have 9? You know, and I think there is this pending case, which is one new case, which is one. So one is deeply interested about this, and based on your location, what are the trends and patterns? You know, what informs this, and where are they located in the department? Thank you very much. I'm not going to talk about this one of strikes. Edge of the that your employees did not participate to important programs is also a problem, and I think I must investigate as to why these workers are not participating, or they sell out. I must go and agitate for them to participate on Section 77, which they benefit, and also on wage negotiations, salary negotiations. It can happen that we negotiate, others strike, go on strike, they don't, yet they benefit. Okay. Ningamagundwane niyandiniqonda. Onamagundwane department.
Thank you, member. Of
The
that,
unions are not assertive enough. I'll agitate for them to do.
Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just a naughty comment from my side. We've known each other for almost 2 years now, but I actually have my Protea colors in equestrian 10 pegging the lady on the horse. So I'll so I'll explain to you over lunch what this means.
Thank you very much. Minister?
Thank you very much. I'll leave to my colleagues to respond to the technical questions. I don't have Protea colors. I've got a marathon I'll complete it over the weekend. That's my brag. But I'll hand over to the HOD and the team.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. DCAS staff don't normally go on strike because they are.
Because you intimidate them.
Yeah, they are very happy staff. We have a very vibrant labor relations structure, and whenever matters are raised, they are taken serious, and that's why our members are not normally participating, but they are free to do so. Yes. The young lady is Ms. Kosi Lomo, based at University of Stellenbosch. She's 19 years old. And it's tent pegging, and she has national colors. Yeah, so that's who that is. On the fraud cases, there's most of them, in fact, all of them, it's alleged fraud, theft, and other irregularities. The first one that I just want to talk about was in a museum, and the case has been registered with SAPS, and some of the charges emanating from that case are currently underway, so I won't talk any further with that, but it was serious enough that the PFS, after the investigation, indicated that it must be registered with the SAPS, which it has. The other one also involved alleged fraud, theft, and other irregularities at a museum. This one has also been reported to the SAPS, and parallel consequence management is currently happening. The third one, this one was a alleged fraud, person interfering with an email and changing email addresses and things like that to create the impression that an email has been sent at a particular time when it was not. This employee, obviously the investigation was done by Provincial Forensics, and they found that the employee did, in fact, what did you call it? English is not my first language. They did fiddle. But there's a word for it. And the employee has since left the Western Cape government. But we did send a letter to the Directorate of Employee Relations, request that the employee's personal number be flagged because of the seriousness of the impact of the attempt that the employee was trying to misrepresent information, and it related to communication with the member of the public. And then the other one, I think the one new case is alleged theft, fraud, and other irregularities by an NPO. And that too was addressed by through our fraud section, and we are also working to trying to see which funds we can recover in the process.
Thanks, Chair. So the question relates to the funding at the national federation level. So the important distinction is that the Western Cape has continued to successfully fund the affiliated district federations. So in the last financial year, we made funding available to 123 federations. At the national level, they fund the national associations, and a decision was taken at national level, which we were not party to either reduce or go to 0% funding for many of the national federations. So SASCOC received no funds for this financial year, and many of the federations had their funding cut by 50%. However, on our side, we continued with the budget that has been allocated. We continued to fund our federations. Of course, the lack of funding for for all the national federations will have an impact on their work, and in some cases, they are hosting national world championships. In fact, like tug of war is going to be in Mossel Bay in September next year, but they don't have bridging finance now to assist this year in making some of the bookings and the deposits. So it is an issue, but SASCOC is convening meetings at the national level to engage with the national department. We are not part of that, because that's another sphere of government. We continue with our federations at the district level. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. On the question for demand versus supply, so the 2024-25, the applications we received, they were 383, and we could only fund 107. And the ask of the 383 was 292 million, 229,842. And we could only fund 17 million, 831, 167. So that's the comparison there in terms of the demand versus supply. Thank you.
Thank you, actually, thank you, Chair. So the impact of national that have reduced funding as well in terms of the flagship programs that we have has basically also left the flagship projects in a dire. Noting also that the flagship program relates to a 3-year process where flagships are onboarded. The 3 that we had an extra year where the national has funded and provided support, but because the term has come to an end, those 3 flagship had to exit. National did make available 4 million for one flagship program as well outside of the metro, which is in. And basically the metro now is sitting with a gap. We also note that in terms of the department, we cannot match the millions that went to the flagships, but we are in process of finding ways and means of how do we assist, what means or partnerships we can help them to assist with the with funding. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Then moving on to the next section, performance information by program. That goes from page 66 to page 114. So it stops just before transfer payments. Are there any questions between pages 66 and 114? Member Boyson.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, where I come from, there's always been this confusion between umbrella bodies and clubs. And my question is the department, do you fund the umbrella bodies or the clubs, or do you fund both in terms of funding requests? And then Chairperson on page 93, I want to commend the department for their assistance over all the umbrella codes. But Chairperson, what stands out for me on page 93, when the department supported the Olympic team and the Para-Olympic team, there's a name that stands out for me, Chairperson, and I want to brag about it, Samkelo Mvimbi. And I'm sure to some of the officials and some of the members from the 6th administration, that surname would ring a bell. And if it does ring a bell, it is his son. Thank you to the department.
Okay, any other questions on that section? Up to page 114, member?
No, MEC, I would like to. A question was posed by a member of the public, and without, in the interest of time, that we elevate it here, you know, because that's one other question which I wanted to raise, you know. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, I'll respond to it because I know about the matter, but the team can give but the team can give a more technical. Obviously, it was the funding from national government for the Nyanga Center. They were received over a period of time. And like any grant funding, it comes with terms and conditions. And that's how national grant funding works. And we have certainly, the team can lobby them again for the funding, but there needs to be an how can I put it? An acceptance from the receiving party that grant funding comes with terms and conditions. We can't change the terms and conditions of a grant funding. I mean, just to put it as simple as that. They have withdrawn that funding, as far as I know, but we can certainly ask them again for that funding. But the receiving party must accept the terms and conditions from national government. We can't change national government's terms and conditions of what they want. If they say this is the agency that must be used, it's the agency. And I know, you know, we don't appreciate also some of these things, but it's the terms and conditions of national government. And we have to implement as they tell us. That's unfortunately, that's how the law works. We can't change it in the Western Cape. So if they give you X amount of money and say, this is the terms and conditions, we can't change them, including if they ask us to ensure that the money is spent a particular way, these are the agencies that we prefer you use. That's their terms and conditions of that funding. And I know people would want it differently, but unfortunately it cannot. If I can just ask that. And certainly we can go back to them and ask for that money again. But the receiving party must accept the terms and conditions of national government, whether you agree with their politics or not. It is their terms and conditions. Guy, you want to add anything?
Thank you, member. Yes, I think Mr. Zongwana is correct to say that it was a joint proposal and we have worked with NADAC for a long time. We really wanted also to see the success of this project, and Mr. Zongwana, know you've worked very closely with us as the department. The only matter that we can do now is to refer this to National for further engagement, as Minister has already said. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So I will respond to the questions about federations vis-a-vis clubs. In terms of the National Sport and Recreation Plan, federations are seen as the custodian of their particular sporting code. So we, as the provincial government, we work with the federations before we work with clubs. So clubs are supposed to be the membership of those particular federations. So when we engage with the federations. So the federations must also be affiliated to the requisite district sport council, and the district sport council would also give us a letter of good standing that that particular federation has attended the meetings, has got good financials, had an AGM, etc. We as officials try not to engage directly with clubs except when they are on our club development program, because if they are on our club development program, they would have been nominated by the federations themselves and we would have signed off. So we do not fund clubs directly. So when the club development program, as Mr. Tutu has pointed out, has got that budget, that budget is in goods and services. So we would then try whatever needs to happen, the attire that needs to be bought, well, that would be goods and services. So we try not to transfer any funds to a particular club. We have the relationship with federations, and the federations have to each year give us a copy of the bank details. It has to be stamped by the bank, etc. And that's our constituency. We deal with them, and we also deal with the Provincial Sport Confederation, that is the umbrella body of the district sport councils. So from our side, Chair, that's a distinction that we make, because we do not want as officials to be asked, why did you deal with that club and not with that club? We deal with the federation. So the persons that we have to sign with is the president of the organization. He or she needs to engage with us, and they would normally come see either Danielle, Tabo, myself, or Robert to see what needs to be done. And we meet with them January and February. We hear their plans, and we also hear what funding they've used from us. And they would then tell us if there's any issues with anything. Also, if there may be a number of clubs or individuals that may need to travel. So if we only deal with one parent or one club, we wouldn't know about other clubs or athletes. Hence the reason why we would say, please refer to your federation. Let your federation engage with us, because we do not want to be biased or prejudiced towards only one particular family or sector, etc. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. That's a nice, clear explanation. I understand that now. Right. Any other questions on the section? Can we move on to transfer payments? That will be page 115 to the end of the section, page 155. Let's have questions on that section. Member Boyson?
I was going to say, Chairperson, the money has been accounted for. Hence the clean audit. Hence the clean audit.
There's also SCOPA this afternoon, which gives you a whole new scope of questions with the finances. Anyone else there? Okay. Then, as we've said, part C, governance, goes to SCOPA this afternoon, which takes us to the final section, which is part D, human resource management. That is from page 172 to page 202, let me get that right, 202. Human resource management, part D. Are there any questions on that section? Member Boyson?
Chairperson, I'm going to ask the question here, but I know this question cuts across, but I'm asking it here because it comes to mind now. How are we going to deal with DPSA? Because if one looks at underspending, it's always COE related, and COE challenges. The elephant in the room is DPSA. Minister and HOD at your level with your colleagues, maybe you guys should come up with class action against DPSA. Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions at this point? Remember? If you just put your mic on. Or should we finish with this question while you just find your page?
Can you pass for now, Chair?
Pass for now, certainly.
Yeah.
Minister?
Thank you. Is that the question for the whole section?
No.
We're waiting on, okay.
Yeah.
We've got the question from Member Boyson, and then we'll have a subsequent question, but let's just deal with that one now.
First back to
At this stage, fortunately, it's now back to accounting officers. So the process of seeking concurrence from the Premier was very disruptive. It delayed quite a lot of our filling of vacancies and also created false levels of vacancy rates. But we've now got to a stage where that resolution or that directive has now been rescinded, and there's a new process that comes from DPSA, but it still requires us to motivate for the filling of vacancies, but the accounting officer now no longer the Premier. So thank you.
Okay, any follow-ups or further questions? Member Ngwetsu, have you found your page? Please go ahead.
No, the issue is related to resignations, Chair. About 10 resigned. Salute Richard. Now, what are the fundamental basis for this rate of resignation? And also in respect to vacancies, right? What's the plan to address this problem of vacancies in your department? Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chair. One thing we do encourage is our staff to move on to better opportunities. Because before they joined us, they were somewhere else at a lower role, and they moved out in either out of the organization they were in or within this organization to the role they are currently in. And we do encourage them to leave whenever opportunities come. The process for resignation requires, and it's a voluntary process, requires staff to give an indication of why they're resigning, so that as an organization we get a sense of why, and if there are challenges within the organization, we see what it is we can do to address those, to improve the culture within the organization if there are challenges. Because it's voluntary, not all staff mention why. For instance, I'm just going to read a few: family or personal circumstances, successful for a permanent position within the department, others no reason provided. Yeah, those are sort of the main reasons that keep reappearing. So people have many reasons why they resign. Some of them we know they've gone to other departments within Western Cape government. So yeah. And then in terms of the vacancies, now that it is back to accounting officers, we are really trying to speed this up as much as possible, because if you recall with the DPSA circular, the Premier couldn't sign one by one. So we would create batches first and then send the batch to the Premier, and then Premier does the signing in one sitting. But now when it's back to the level of accounting officer, we can do one by one. But we also are starting a process of looking at understanding when we're going to fill a vacancy, where is it most needed, where is support most needed, because we are finding that certain parts of the organization are struggling. Program 1, for instance, as the department has grown in budget over the years, we have tried to prioritize the line departments in order to be able to meet the demand for delivery. But what we have fallen behind on is Program 1, which is where the processing of all of those transactions goes through. So we are also going to be trying to look at that as well, whether we're looking at supply chain management or in HR, whichever areas where the bottlenecks are a result of the growth in the budget and growth in the number of transactions, to try and address those. But we are quite comfortable with the speed at which we are going at the moment. We are also, based on some of the responses that we've received, we believe the culture of the organization is quite a good culture. We make a lot of efforts to create a positive culture within DCAS. So, but we do always encourage our colleagues when they resign to please provide us the reason, because we want to do better. Thank you, Chair.
Members, had a follow-up. Please go ahead.
Yes, I posed that question, Chair, HOD, on the basis that I was perusing and analyzing the section which deals with incapacity and sick leave. Incapacity and sick leave. Now, those who worked, I mean, you are workers, right? Naturally, should there be this rate of workers taking sick leave or an incapacity leave? It sends a particular message or create a particular narrative or suggest that potentially there might be some toxicity, because not all workers, there are those workers, for instance, who work under conducive working environment, wouldn't take their leave. I mean, it's not necessary that you must take sick leave even if you're not sick. You know, so is there no relationship? That's a direct question, between the rate of departure of workers, regardless of the reasons, right, and the rate of sick leave and incapacity leave? Thanks.
Thank you, Chairperson. No, there isn't a relationship. I get to see all of the incapacity leave and the reasons for that. But having said that, I wouldn't want to discount that our staff are working under significant pressure. If you look at our approved organogram, not the funded vacancies, the approved organogram, we're sitting at essentially about 45% vacancy rate. And that is because of all the years over time since 2012, when provinces have been told you need to cap your vacancy, etc. Our province, for its sins, has complied every time. But it's got to a stage now where we're sitting with an approved structure, which is not quite in touch with what is required on the ground. So what we are doing to address that, we've fundamentally shifted our delivery model, where we are looking for partners with aligned goals that will help deliver on the mandate of the department, which we call the managed network model. Some of them are best placed for it, for instance, the sports federations. The law requires that they be involved, and we are making sure that we use them as much as possible to further the aims of the department, but also our partnerships with municipalities around the delivery of the library services. Library services are best delivered at local government, internationally, not at provincial government. They are the closest to the people, and they are more responsive. But we then support that with the conditional grants that we have, both from national and the provincial government, are transferred to the municipalities to assist the municipalities to deliver on that service. So the entire library service is not being run through DCAS, because that would be it would be something else. For context, in terms of size of budgets for libraries, the City of Cape Town's budget for their library services is almost equal to the budget of the entire DCAS, including sports, recreation, and everything. So library services is a very huge undertaking. The best way to do it is to do it by collaboration and in partnership. And that is how we have tried to reduce the pressure on our staff. But definitely there's no direct link between the current cases where incapacity leave is being taken and the pressures. Not to say the staff are not under pressure, but the cases that I'm aware of which I sign off, are not directly linked.
Okay, any follow-ups or further questions on that? Okay, this is getting towards the end now because the rest, okay, member, go ahead.
page 202. Utilization of consultants. I think 1, 2, 3, 4. So in 4 institutions. For the first one, the utilization of UWC for me, it's not an issue which I can waste your time on. Understanding the role of universities and the importance of universities partnering with government institutions, in particular on the question of research work. Now, the last 3 entities, I'm interested to understanding them. I can't pronounce their name, and data-centrics is used twice, then is ad hoc media. You know, is there no internal capacity for this particular task, which the nature of the project, and importantly, who owns these companies, these 3 companies? And how was the process used in appointing the 3 companies in particular? Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question, member. So I'm going to speak to the process. So all consultants has to follow the normal procurement process. There are instances, for example, where we require a particular commodity, where there is a sole supplier. In that case, we will then follow a limited bidding process. But in these cases, we have followed the normal procurement process. I'm just going to hand over to the line function who is dealing. So Datacentrics is a company that we use in the rollout of the My Content system. And Dr. Van Wyk will speak more to the actual program and, you know, the implementation and what it is that they actually, why they have been appointed. And then the other one is within the museum services, and that had to do with exhibitions. And I think Dr. Helene will speak to that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So on the 2, the data centrics, the first one on digital signing solution, that is a project that has been onboarded through the department in terms of getting a solution to sign documents electronically. So the DSS project is meant to be rolled out across all 13 departments. And that project in specifically talks about the broader provincial digitization transformation strategy that we have in the project. So Datacentrics, as CFO has mentioned, is the sole provider of the solution, My Content Electronic Enterprise Content Management System, which the Western Cape government has adopted as the solution for the archiving and the records management of the, if I may say, the active or the live documents, the documents that is being signed on a day-to-day basis. So that is the solution for that. In terms of the My Content comprehensive rollout, it's the same platform that we're using, the enterprise content management, which is the platform, the electronic platform that hosts the My Content, which is a solution to hold information that has been signed off as well. And over the years, the department has rolled it out on a phase basis to 13 government departments, of which the last one, 2 that we rolled out was to the Department of Health and Wellness and the Department of Health and Mobility. In regards to data centrics or these solutions as well, it sits within, as I've mentioned, the enterprise content management unit. Currently, the department is also in conversation with the Center for E-Innovation. They are the unit that assists or supports the IT infrastructure in the Western Cape government. So we are in conversation with them for the potential relocation of the ECM technical unit to the CEI for innovation unit. So this move is intended to align the ECM functions with broader provincial digitization transformation strategies. And the process requires a formal organizational review, which is currently underway and it should be concluded before any changes or appointments can be made as well. So CEI, Center for E-Innovation, they are the IT unit of the Western Cape government, and we work very close with them in securing consultants to implement the ECM or the Electron Enterprise Content Management System for the Western Cape government. Thank you.
Okay, regarding the ad hoc media, so maybe I should just take a step back and talk about how we do our processes. So this is part of a much bigger program to revamp the Worcester Museum, with a very big focus on people living with sensory disabilities. So research is conducted in-house. We worked with a tertiary institution, the Stellenbosch Academy, to have the original footage and interviews. That was something that didn't cost us anything at all. So we only outsource things that either needs very specialized equipment, like, for example, printing of banners that needs very expensive printers, or very specialized services that we don't use from day to day, so it doesn't make sense to appoint somebody for those work. So this company was appointed only to complete the final video using the raw footage provided as well as the narratives, and it is slightly more expensive than what it look on paper it should cost, because it includes sign language. It is, yeah, the two videos will be in sign language as well. Yeah, I hope that answered the question.
Right, Member Stevens. Member Stevens has got a question again.
Thanks, Chair. On page 190, how will financial controls be improved to prevent future irregular or fruitless expenditure, as corrective actions are not detailed? Thank you.
Thank you. Member Clarence?
No, what was missing, unless the problem is with me, is the ownership of these companies. I did not get that part. The ownership of the companies. HOD, I'm not going to take you back to the question about incapacity and sick leave and related to the rate of grievances. And ask a question whether there is no relationship also with the number of grievances, which there are about 13, regardless of the outcome of those grievances. But that statement, that observation or analysis is quite fascinating, given the resignations, number of people on capacity leave as well as sick leave. The pregnant comment.
Maybe, Chair, it's just a comment, but I don't know, Warren, if you want to weigh in on whether is it a cause for concern, that particular statistic, the grievances part, as you compare across the Western Cape government.
Chair, through you, we do conduct regular analysis on all three of those variables as mentioned by the member. And as it stands, we're more than welcome, more than happy to share that outcomes with the committee. But as it stands, there isn't really a relationship between those variables. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, the ownership, Chair, I do not know the ownership. We can investigate that. We just do a supply chain management process and appoint, yeah.
I just want to check we answered Member Stevens' question.
Thank you for the question, member. So subsequent to the matter raised by the Auditor General, we initiated refresher training because the issue actually relates to our internal controls being breached. So in other words, the control that we had in place wasn't really followed. So that required us to basically retrain or refresh training so that especially the practitioners dealing with compliance checking. So this is where you need to go and do your. So we've got all our controls, we've got checklists and everything. So what they need to do is make sure that they actually do all the compliance checks and tick it on the checklist. So unfortunately, that was not done fully or completely, hence the finding. So we've done the training. We've also looked at our templates, our procurement templates, and see how we can make that a little bit more comprehensive so that we don't lose sight of, these important things that we need to do. And then obviously we are now in the process of reviewing our AOS, which is our accounting officer system, our SCM policy basically. We are in the process of reviewing that for implementation 1st of April. And when we do that, we onboard all the practitioners that is responsible for the day-to-day execution of the SCM process. And then linked to that is also looking at our delegations to see whether our delegations is still at an appropriate level so that we are then all able to, adhere to policies, internal controls, etc. Thank you.
Okay, I think that is
The HOD chair is saying he does not know about the ownership. If I put him and say it's Kat Matlale's companies, what are you going to say? But honestly, that's no chair. It's a concern that because as far as I understand, and that's why we're here, every appointment made has to be within the framework of the transformation agenda. Uplifting the historical marginalized section of our community. So if again the department, I don't want to use the word doesn't care, but as long as anything is subjected through the procurement processes, for me is a problem, right? I'm not sure whether the department do take this critique that it's important to be guided by the framework of the fundamental transformation agenda of this country in respect to any work. Thank you very much.
okay. I think we've reached the end of that section. I think the prize for most prepared member for this entire annual report season must go to Member Klintu. He really has made a big effort to read everything.
Don't you think I deserve an award?
We will find you a suitable award.
A medal.
At this point, that is the end of the questions from the members. Before we get to the thank yous and to lunch, I just want to ascertain from members of the public, is there anything that anybody would like to raise as a submission at this point? I have the gentleman in the red and then the gentleman in the back in white. So just, and the gentleman in black. Just use your mic, introduce yourself, and then just give us a quick synopsis. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Greeting to everyone. My name is Ngeba Sandlana, the chairperson of Kukuletu Sport Council. I want to thank you very much for this invitation. It's an honor for us to be here. It's not the first time to be here. It's the second time to attend this gathering. Thanks to the department for the invitation, even if it was a late invitation, but we wanted to be here because we are eager to be part of this engagement. And we are appealing that this engagement like this keep on inviting us as a community so that we can come and share our experiences that we had in our community. I noted some few things about things that happened but for the sake of time, some I will intertwine. Thanks to the minister, because one time, I think it was last month, we sent the invitation to the minister and they invited us to the meeting, and then we are still waiting for the follow-up, inviting us and telling us because we submitted our yearly program as a Google Sport Council for the year program. Same program that we are using this year, we're going to use it next year, even if we not get just funding to Department of Government, but we want to use the same program, changing dates. And we were told now the application is late, the application is closed, but same application we've got this year, same year, we've got a program of 2030 in Kukuletu. We've got facilities there that need a thorough look from the department. As it was mentioned here, we're initiating some of the facilities. We've got a engagement with the City of Cape Town. We hear here that not most, all the facilities are under City of Cape Town, that we know. The department, their role, what is their role? Because the City of Cape Town will keep on telling us that, no, we have a budget that is limited. Whereas when we do our research, City of Cape Town, like for example, last year, they underspent 2.5 billion. That's illegal. Then even our department that's supposed to look after the community safety, the community safety is the one who's supposed to look after the facility. They underspend 140 million, underspend 140 million last year. Now we have got a campaign that we're doing in Kukuletu. As it was mentioned, there's there's 2 swimming pools in Kukuletu. Those swimming pools were closed more than 7 years. But that time it was more than 5 years where we organized a peaceful march. We invited the mayor and MEC to come and look after these facilities, that there was no maintenance from the officials. And even the mayor said to us, you guys could work because you're keeping us accountable, because we didn't know that these facilities are like this situation. That's why you're extending the invitation to the minister to come and see for yourself, because we don't want to be seen as like we are politicking. When we say, no, the minister is not coming, the government is not doing that, come and see what we're talking about. We've got a presentation that we're preparing for the mayor's office. We have a meeting that we're supposed to meet with the mayor and MSC. I think it was on 10th of this month, but because we were in China to look for the investors, because as a sport council, we're not only focusing on government. We don't want to be frustrated every time we came in and say, but we want to go outside there to look for the funders to assist our community, because we were told that, oh, we got the support from the mayor for the indoor that we are pushing, but the problem we hear that the investor, the researchers, that the indoor, it will cost 64 million, and the budget from the minister, the mayor, MSC, it will be 50 million. Then that's where the problem is. That's why we are here to say the department, we wrote letters to the minister, we wrote letters to the minister, Mackenzie, to appeal, to say, if the mayor's office short with the money, please think about the importance of the indoor in that location. It will be the first in the Black Township of kind to have an indoor swimming pool. It's only in Blue Town and Retreat. That's far. The areas are surrounded by Kukuletu, Minenberg, Heiderveld, Philippi and Nyanga. They send also the letter of support. They want the indoor swimming pool. You know, I cannot waste your time explaining why it's important. Everyone knows that why is important. We got the support. The mayor, he wanted, but if they short of the money, we want the department, with province and the national, to come on board and say, we understand the need of this indoor. We want that indoor to make sure that it's happening. So we want to come here and appeal and say, please, be with us and come and support us. We have a meeting on the 7th of November with the MSC to discuss this thing. We've got a presentation that we also going to share the facilities of Gugulethu, the status quo of the beds of the city Gugulethu. We're not ashamed of that. We're gonna share and see the condition. We're not saying people are doing, but we want you guys to come. Coming to the federations. Oh yes, thank you, coming. Coming to the federation. Last time I was here, I raised this issue, and I'm repeating. We as a sport council, we're supposed to affiliate to the Cape Town Sport Council or Western Cape Sport Council. We appeal to the former MSC, to Andrew Marias to intervene. We wanted to be member of the Cape Town Sport Council because we were told in this meeting that the MSC, the money sent it to the federation, but the federation, we want to know where that money goes. We were told in this meeting that the monies go to the LFA and the LFA for transporting. We are staying Gugulethu. We know you're playing around Gugulethu. There is no transport. So that money, we want to know even Tabutu can attest, even if we don't get justice, the protocol will take it other because if it needs a commission to investigate the federation, where the money taken on, we need to make sure that the money that you are sending to the federation, they need to account where that money goes through because we want to make sure that that money go to the clubs. We hear that they go to the club. It's a lie. We want the proof of that, where to the clubs. So if we get the time to engage on that, we need to engage on this thing because that money is the money of the department. It's not the money of the individual. Thank you very much.
Very much. Do we have the gentleman with the white shirt? Just bear in mind time, please.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, sorry, good afternoon. Is it still good morning? Chair, my name is Mark Khwabane. I'm wearing so many hats, Chair. I'm the secretary of Basotho and Mahlubi, resides in Nyanga. I then also happen to be the chairperson of the Nyanga Initiation Forum. And I'm also the deputy secretary of the Western Cape Initiation Forums Council, which serves 46 initiation forums across the whole Western Cape. Firstly, allow me to thank the department for the presentation they have presented. I am aware of the issues that they have also raised. In saying so, we have challenges within the whole Western Cape in terms of initiation. Firstly, I would like to inform the House that we have engaged with the Premier numerous times, and unfortunately, the Premier has never come to the fore to meet with us on issues that are pertaining the CIA, which is the Customary Initiation Act. On the matter that Mr. Rodman has mentioned, the HOD, that we do have a provincial committee. Before, we didn't have a working document, and that act is worked as a document. And unfortunately, the part that we've been raising that on the act, the committee itself doesn't speak directly with all the initiation forums. We do not have members that are serving in that committee. You will be aware that the Western Cape doesn't have the traditional house. So on one of the sections on page 58 of the Act speaks about the local initiation structures, which is the forums, which is the whole Western Province Initiation Council. So we've been engaging the department to incorporate either 2 or 3 members in that committee to serve directly with the initiation. But the major concern, Ms. Chair, is the issue of initiation sites and the rezoning of initiation sites, and also restoring all those initiation sites. I listened this morning when we spoke about the heritage sites, and I think the challenge we are facing, this is our culture, and it's something that we all have upheld from a boyhood to become a man, that we all want to go to initiation. And unfortunately, if we are not rezoning or securing this initiation site, we are facing a challenge of invasion of squatter camps. And later, 2 weeks ago, we also then noted that there was another event or occasion that was going to take place in Langa initiation site, which was proposed for graveyard. And this becomes a threat to all of us, so that our initiation sites that we have in the city or the government, they have plans to develop other things that are outside of our cultural values and our cultural customs, as the constitution of this country. We need to uphold in terms of our own human rights. So, Chair, our proposal or submission is to appeal to the department or the government that we look to rezone all the initiation sites in the Western Cape. And then secondly, lastly, Chair, is the budget for initiation and specific to initiation. We are here to serve or to protect young boys not to die at initiation school. We have a challenge where we sit here in this meeting when you only hear that initiation component is just treated as a ticking box exercise. So we appeal to the department that we look to invest more on this project, as it takes a lot of our time. I've got my own workplace, but my commitment in saving these boys' lives is a very, very big thing in our communities. Lastly, Chair, on the rezoning of the sites and the threat of initiation site, as Basotho and Amahlobi custom, we are facing a very big challenge in the Western Cape, where that we initiate in the mountains. And you will remember that there was a case 2 years back that went to the Cape Town High Court, which the initiation forums laid a complaint to the Stellenbosch municipality. So that case, we won at the High Court. Unfortunately, today we are sitting in the position whereby the Stellenbosch municipality has went and chopped all the trees in that site at Idarsville. So today we are facing a challenge that we don't have initiation sites for Basotho and Amahlobi in the whole Western Province, or the whole Western Cape, in particular, which involves the Cape Metro communities. So we seek assistance and guidance to the minister to engage. We've had a meet and greet with him where we've raised this issue that we have a very, very serious challenge that we need to engage with all the mayors across all 6 districts in resolving the issues of accommodating initiation sites. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I have the third gentleman in the black there.
Good afternoon to everyone, Chairperson, the Minister. My name is Kanya Ndolwana. I'm also part of the Gugulethu Sports Council. I have to say, reading the budget, even if though I was browsing through it, it did inspire some hope that there are things that are moving forward, though the ratio of the percentage against how things are in the community where I am from is not as desirable as the numbers I'm seeing here. A couple of questions, and one of them is what portion of the budget was underspent, right? And what are you doing in order to address it so that these funds that are underspent by the department may be allocated to the communities like Gugulethu? I'll speak for Gugulethu, right? And because it's where I am from. And also, and what progress has been made towards implementing the transformation goals in sport, specifically around coaching, development, officiating, and leadership pathways for young people in townships. And also, Minister, if I may say, it's good to hear you note that you've been in Mitchell's Plain for a number of times. You should try and visit Gugulethu as well, so that we may see you in our one library that is there, and other recreational sites that are in dire need as the chairperson of the Sports Council has said here, that we did go around our facilities and they are in dire state. They are in conditions that are unspeakable, so to say. And I would really like you to come around and see for yourself so that you can experience it, because they are in a sad and dire state. I'm not saying now that we should throw the entire report out the door, but there are some elements that should be noted and should be taken into high consideration on your next uh, annual budget and report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Minister, if you can just respond to those public inputs.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the input. It's always valuable when members of public. Okay, sorry. Member Benson?
Let's just deal with that round and then I can do another round.
Fine.
Okay. Do you want to just ask your question, sir, in the blue?
Asking the question, first want to thank Dr. Carol van Wyk and Mr. Guy Redman and Mr. Mkono for their undertaking regarding my question about the Nyanga Arts Development Center. For that, I'm very happy that we are going to again walk along. But further than that is that my question is, how can we restore again our relationship with DICAS? And because we find that we need a champion. And also I want to extend my invitation to the standing committee to go and see this particular art center that has been there for more than 40 years. It is the oldest here in the Western Cape. And the way it is and what it has produced over these many years, it has produced academics, professors in art. But we found that today, the very same province is also stopping people from coming to Nyanga. In that very same department, it is as if we're still in the National Party era, and we don't know why is that happening. And I will also ask, because even the MECs of Arts and Culture, there's never visited Nyanga, except the officials who are working for the department. But the political heads of this department, we need them to be there. The last time we saw a minister from this department was the premier, who was sensitive to the issues in Nyanga and what is happening in Nyanga regarding young people. And I find out today that there are also sections of after-school programs and things like that. And the work that we are doing with young people there needs the attention of this department. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the MEC, and I've got one gentleman at the back. Are there going to be any other comments? Because we're running out of time at this point. So I just want to make sure that I'll give over to you now. Once the MEC answers, we then will have a thank you from one of the members, and we have a traditional blessing that's also going to be given, just so that everyone knows what the pattern is of the meeting going forward. Sir, in the stripes.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity. And thank you for the report. My name is Muatludi Ino. I'm a Tswana individual. And my question is based and directed at DICAS. I had to undergo SOTO initiation here in Cape Town many years ago. The family is initially from the Northwest. And my question is, when will they allow or take note of the Tswana individuals that are based in Cape Town and the Western Cape? Because none of us are looked after as Tswana people of the Tswana nation. And at, because we're dealing with the budget here, what is the actual budget for each and every tribe? There's the Xhosas, the Sotos, the Tlubis, and now there's also the Khoisan, which were introduced last year. And still in the Western Cape, there's no Tswanas, but in every other province, all of the other tribes are noted. And I don't see anything being done in the Western Cape regarding Tswana individuals. And we talk a lot amongst us men regarding if DICAS is funding or not funding the initiates, and if they are funding the initiation principles. If they are funding, what is the cost of the initiate funding, and how much is the principal being funded? You find that this year, one initiate must pay 6,500 Rand to go to initiation. And there are a lot of people coming from poverty that must still undergo being a man. Because if you live in the township or even in Cape Town, you are not regarded as anything if you haven't gone initiation and you are a man. So how does the government support the initiation process here in Cape Town? Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the question. I'll ask the officials to respond to the technical question, but can I just say to our colleague, I'm not sure, maybe I've never met you, but I've been to Langa many times. I've seen it quickly. I'll post everything on Facebook, so you can go Google it if you want to. I see there's a few videos of me dancing with member Brett Herron and a member of another party here. I see myself and the mayor was there recently. I see me and Zahid Badruddin. So maybe never been to you, perhaps, but to say I've never been to Langa is a complete mistake.
Not Langa, Nyanga.
Nyanga, sorry, not Langa, I go to all the time. Nyanga, specifically, yeah. So you can go to my Facebook and the standing committee can do the same. Secondly, to the other colleague of the Western Cape Sports, to the Gugulethu Sports Council, I know that you've met with the team. I've just asked my colleague Michael what's the follow-up of it, and I'll check with the London and the team as well what's the latest on the matter. But I'll certainly come and visit you as well. I know where Gooks is, but I'll come and visit you specifically. Sometimes people think you don't visit them, you've never been to a place. But I'll make it a plan to visit you and visit the gentleman at the back. And then around the third matter, we had the meeting is our colleague of saying that the initiation. And I'll just ask Carol just to give the latest update on the sites. And what is I think I've asked Guy as well, sorry, I've whispered in Guy's ear just to speak to the topic. And I think in that meeting, we also had a discussion about sandparks. You know, culture, like you say, heritage is our heritage. And this the issue of land in this country must be dealt with. And if I was the person responsible, I would have just dealt with land issues, but I'm not the person responsible. And sure, colleagues at the back will also can speak to the same topic as well. But I do believe that there is an opportunity in sandparks because urbanization is just getting smaller and smaller and smaller. No matter where you are in this world, that land is just getting smaller and smaller and you can't recreate plan. But you have to be strategic around it, where there's massive, wide, open spaces of land, where it's preserved in any case. Cultural heritage sites, sandparks, all the big sites are preserved. And we need to work with our colleagues in sandparks to find an innovative approach to ensure it doesn't encroach where land has now been taken for funerals or taken for hospitals or taken for housing, because everybody's got needs. Guarantee you in the housing meeting you go to tomorrow, they're going to tell you they need that land better than housing than for. If you go to the health committee tomorrow, I guarantee you the community who needs that hospital is going to put up a case far better, say, no, we don't need initiation, we want a hospital there. So every community has needs, but we need a proper master plan to accommodate everyone. And I do think sandparks, particularly when it comes to initiation, there's an opportunity there. Like I said in that meeting, we can't make commitments on their behalf. They're the custodians of that land, but there is opportunity in already preserved land to do so much. And that's where that conversation hopefully can pivot to. But I'll ask the team to speak on the more technical part, Lyndon, with regards to federations and some of the matters the colleagues had raised before. And then Guy, you can speak around the initiation and those matters. Thanks.
Let me start with the initiation, because it's got quite a number on the initiation. Then I'll hand over to Dr. Van Wyk and Mr. Nkunu as well. But I'll start with the last one, Mr. Mwakludi, for the Tswana. Yes. Thank you for coming forward. I think I'll take advantage of Mr. Kaubana's being present here. He's a member of the executive. And I think we need to have a conversation after the session about how, because every initiation process is driven by the community. So government does not do initiation, cannot fiddle with initiation. The community must own it. In provinces where there are traditional leaders, the traditional leaders are custodians, and here the communities must own and are custodians, and then we create that enabling environment. We do not fund Izingnibi or principles. We fund infrastructure around initiation that will enable initiation to happen. So we do not fund participants or Izingnibi in initiation. But I would like Temba to just cover some of the ground we've made on the land. We did cover some of the issues earlier. Some ministers mentioned. It's not all doom and gloom. Some municipalities are very much on board. But there are some challenges like the ones around land for Amahlubi and Basotho, and now we are hearing Tswana. There are some serious challenges there that we are currently trying to work through, but I just need Temba to cover a little bit more detail on that. And then I'll also like CFO to just cover the issue of under expenditure and contextualize that under expenditure. Yeah, so Carol and Temba.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Actually, thank you, Chair. So just on the issue of the inclusion of the executive into the technical team, Mnumzan, we have written to you and requested for you to submit 2 names to be part of that committee, technical team. But Chair, we have not received a submission to this date. So I'll request that the executive look at that because it's been some time. We requested them to submit the names to us for them to be part of that process. And then in terms of the budget, the current budget, it's really to support as HOD has indicated, you know, the infrastructure. I've also mentioned earlier that we purchased Jojo tanks and added other support equipment that is needed to ensure that the initiation happens in a safe and conducive environment. And when it comes to issues of land, I must also indicate that tomorrow, for example, we've got a meeting with Sand Parks because we have identified some pockets of land that we are hoping that after the meeting tomorrow, we'll be in a position to utilize that land for the summer season. So we are in constant engagement with the municipalities, and some of them, and many of them actually, are supporting the efforts. And where there are issues, we normally try and engage them together with the Executive Council. So I think I'll appeal that maybe after this meeting, let's schedule another engagement with the Executive just to look at the issues of yes, just to look at the issues of number one, that inclusion of the technical team, and then number two, the request that we are getting from individual initiation forums, because we've indicated and communicated that we need to deal with the Executive Council instead of the individual forums that are coming forward. So that will be our submission then. Thank you.
Chair, if I may, just for clarity, especially on the committees. So there's the Act makes provision for 2 committees. That it is the PICC, that is the Provincial Initiation Coordinating Committee. So that is a statutory body. And the statutory body is delineated by law in terms of who sits on it. Then the Act also makes provision for the establishment of a technical task team. The technical task team comprises of government departments as well as experts that need to be pulled into it to ensure that the program is rolled out and that challenges are addressed. So I just wanted to make a clarity there, and that we request the forum to submit the names to the department so that we can have that process concluded. Thank you, Chair.
So, Chair, thank you. The questions relate to the Google Aid to Sport Council. I've asked that the City of Cape Town representatives allow us to have a meeting with them at their offices, and we would then invite the Google Aid to Sport Council, and Mr. Tutu and I would then attend that meeting so that we could hear directly from the City of Cape Town, Chair, about the Google Aid to and the swimming pool and the other things. So I think that would be the one meeting. And then the second meeting is I sent a text to the chair of the Cape Town Metro Sport Council, Mr. Junaid Baig, and I've also requested if in the next 2 weeks he can make available time, and we would then host a meeting at our offices where the Google Aid to Sport Council and the Cape Town Metro Sport Council can then meet. In terms of the structures, is that the Google Aid to Sport Council would need to form part of the Cape Town Metro Sport Council. So that's why it's important to have that. And we will ask a representative of the City of Cape Town to be also part of that so that they can explain. Mr. Franklin Anthony represents the City of Cape Town on the Cape Town Metro Sport Council. So I think those are the two things. And the third aspect is transformation. And the transformation agenda within the Western Cape is driven by the Western Cape Provincial Sport Confederation. They have a scorecard that is on their website that they keep all federations accountable. So that would be the first port of call. The second one, we then use that scorecard to also engage with all the federations. And we in particular look at access in terms of athletes with disability. We also look at good corporate governance so that you don't have a husband and wife on the same team. We try to have the King 4 reports on those ones. So transformation is wider than just a color. The scorecard within the National Sport and Recreation Plan has set out a number of aspects that we then need to look at, and we work with the Provincial Sport Confederation. So this would perhaps be a meeting that I would set up, and the offices of the Confederation is at Newlands. So we would be able to meet at Newlands just to have a discussion about transformation so that the Google Aid to Sport Council would be able then to engage with the persons that are actually running that. We hold them accountable. So they have to then make sure that the Federation is covered. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We really do now need to bring this meeting to a close. Have we got any more comments from the department?
Just very quickly, through you, Chair. So with regards to the budget, so we reported it about 26.6 million under expenditure, but part of that is an amount of 12 million for which the cash has already been expensed, right? So effectively, we're looking at a 13 million. Within that 13 million, we had committed funds, so where we have procured and service providers couldn't deliver at the end of the financial year. Those we had to then request a rollover. So effectively, we're looking at a 200K, which we call a buffer that we ended off. So what I'm saying is we didn't really have an under expenditure. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, we really do need to wrap up now. So let's just get that done.
Just to say, we will rekindle our relationship. We've traveled a long path with Nyanga Arts, and we are very well aware of the work that they are doing. And we will restart our relationship and see how we can engage the National Department to secure those funds again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just want to ask the Minister, have you got any closing remarks?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you for the meeting. So Gugulethu, the last meeting was at our office, then we'll come through to you. Next meeting, Nyanga will come and join you at your meeting so you can see me as well. And then the last part is, Deputy Chair, you've now heard from Temba that meeting is tomorrow. I didn't even know it was tomorrow. The herd moves, the herd moves. So you can hear the herd is moved. And yeah, we will continue to work with whatever is not working. We'll try and fix it. We are not perfect. But I want to thank the team. We've got a great team who's been doing incredible work. Guy, CFO, all the CDs, everyone behind me, and the rest of the hundreds of staff members across the province. Thank you for leading a great department under difficult circumstances with the little amount that we get. It's difficult to ask for money from nurses and teachers, but we're trying to deal with the problems upstream. And obviously, thanks to the standing committee. It's always great engagements and it's good for relationship building. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Member Boyson, if you could please do the thank yous.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I must say that you are one of the very fortunate chairpersons. If I look at the compilation of this committee, all the matters which this department deals with are represented here. Some of us, we attended initiation school. We have minority leaders in the House. You represent a certain section of society in the Western Cape. So everybody here, we do understand all the matters which have been raised and even the answers that came back from the officials, traditional leaders, the reps of the sporting codes, the traditional representatives. And Minister, I must say that under very difficult circumstances, you and the HOD, we note that. We wish we can do more, but as we go along and as we have the means to deal with the challenges, we will definitely do so. And I am hopeful, as Kaya was saying, there is hope. And as I'm looking at who's represented the community here, it's an indication that we do want to have this work as a partnership, and we will continue to do so. And good luck, and thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Then finally, I believe we have a gentleman at the back there who wants to give us a traditional blessing. Make sure the red light is on.
Pisces. Good afternoon. Goeiemiddag. Geachte voorsitter en MEC en members of parliament, members of the community. I'm greeting you today to say to you, it's a wonderful opportunity to be here with you today. Allow me to introduce myself to you. I'm Paramount Chief Simon Morris from the Kochokwa Indigenous Community of the Cape. I'm representing 103 leaders within the province. More than 50% are women. And we have close to 22,000 members, signed up members in our tribe. We are spread with over 7 branches in the province. And we are, as we registered for recognition in 2022, we are trying to make a difference in our community with the little resources we have. I would like to plead to the Honorable MEC to assist us afterwards with his members, and I can see they are clued up. They are a brilliant team sitting here in front of me, and I'm so proud to, even in front of you, Chairperson, hear about your report and all the things that you are doing. You've done a great job. And I think we as traditional leaders can recognize them with a hand clap. Lastly, as a tribe, we saw a gap in our community, a gap to manage and work independently in communities. That's why we as a tribe appointed a mentor committee for ourselves to address the needs in our communities. So therefore, we need to take hands with the provincial government to assist us also, and we will also assist from our side to help. But there is some hurdles, and we are facing huge challenges in our communities with pertaining to the recognition process that takes so long. We have applied at various companies for funding, even overseas, overboard, and they indicated to us they are still waiting on our process to be finalized for the recognition. The Khoisan must be empowered with land and implements because we need to help hundreds and thousands, even millions of people who are unemployed in our communities. We need assistance with that. Al die nodige ondersteuning het ons nodig as Khoisan gemeenskappe en daar's baie van ons, maar ons wil graag help om 'n verskil te maak in ons gemeenskappe. Ons gaan definitief afsluit met 'n namma koortjie wat ons vir u mee bless deur vir u te sê baie dankie vir u goeie werk. Baie dankie vir wat u probeer doen in ons gemeenskappe en die bietjie wat julle het om 'n verskil daarmee te maak. Kom ons sing dit asseblief. Dit sal ons seën wees vir u. Kan Cuba.
Kan Cuba.
Amen. Kan Cuba. Amen.
Kan Cuba.
Amen. Hallelujah. Amen. Kan Cuba. Stukje aan. Kan Cuba. Amen. Kan Cuba. Amen. Hallelujah. Amen. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you so much.
Bye, dankie. Bye, dankie. Ons waardeer dit baie. Thank you, everybody. Everyone is invited to lunch. Committee, I am going to ask that we do the minutes and the resolutions at the next meeting. So the meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Amen.